Good morning. Welcome to the CalSTRS board meeting. Jennifer, would you take the roll, please?
Of course. Mr. Prezant? Here. Ms. Yamamoto? Here. Mr. Tang? Here. Ms. Bradford? Here. Ms. Erden? Here. Oh, Ms. Hendricks. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Here.
Mr. Gunning? Here. And for the State Treasurer, Mr. Ruffino?
Present.
Chairperson Keeley, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, and I do have a short statement on public comment if you'd like it now.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed, video archived, and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there's not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information, such as their last name, age, or school, may not be shared. And since the last meeting, the board has received one email from a retiree asking for an increase to the 2% annual benefit adjustment to help offset increasing inflation rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We are going to move directly into closed session. It's estimated we'll be in closed session for an hour. So our estimated time back here in open session, let's say, so an hour brings us to 10 after 10. So let's say 10:20 so that people can have time to transition back. So no later than 10:20 we'll be back. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and we are back in open session. The board met in closed session this morning for approximately an hour. The board took action on a couple of items and the actions will be reported out at another time. So with that, we're going to have our vice chair read a statement for us.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Over the past year, CalSTRS has made carefully considered incremental changes to board meeting security protocols to strengthen board meeting safety for all. One of those changes is the placement of stanchion dividers between the dais and the area directly in front of the dais, the well. During the past board meetings, the stanchions have been open during breaks, allowing staff, consultants, and stakeholders to enter the well, approach the dais, and interact with board members. While the board appreciates these opportunities to engage with staff, consultants, and stakeholders, unfettered access to the well raises security concerns. It's important for everyone to know that the board wants to and will continue to support opportunities to engage during board meetings. We just ask that starting with this board meeting that the belts dividers remain closed during the board meeting, including breaks. If board members and staff, consultants, or stakeholders wish to engage in discussion during board breaks, the discussions can take place at the end of the dais on the right side as one faces the dais or elsewhere in the chamber. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation and for keeping us all safe. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. A couple of other items. Controller Cohen has a new designee to our board, Deborah Gallegos, who will be joining us throughout our meetings. We may see her today, so be sure to welcome Ms. Gallegos when she's on the dais or if you see her in the audience. Thank you, Ms. Cohen, for introducing us to Ms. Gallegos, and we look forward to working with her.
May I ask that she just raise her hand? I don't even.
Where is?
Here she comes.
There she is.
Enter stage right.
Ms. Gallegos.
I know.
Welcome, Ms. Gallegos.
Willie Brown always said it only matters how you walk into a room. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm pleased to introduce you to Deborah Gallegos. She will be my representative and proxy on this body. Feel free to connect with her anytime you see fit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Controller.
And
welcome. Our Superintendent of Instruction, Tony Thurman, has a new designee on the board. Her name is Elizabeth Sanders, and we welcome you, Ms. Sanders, to the CalSTRS board and thank the superintendent for your appointment. We look forward to getting to know you and welcoming you and being part of our team. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
Throughout our meetings today, as has become customary, when staff or board or consultants are presenting to the board, it's our desire that the presentations are completed before we enter into questions or discussions. So let's try to keep that in mind. We found that to be a good practice in terms of efficiency. So throughout the meetings, keep your notes, your questions, and when the presentations are complete, that's when we'll open up for discussion. Any other procedural matters? Don't think so. As you know, it's become customary. We start each one of our board meetings featuring one of our members, remembering our why we're here. I can sometimes forget why I'm here and who I serve. And our communications team has done an extraordinary job, in these short video presentations. Is a great way for us to all take a couple of minutes at the beginning of each meeting to remind ourselves why we're here.
I always think that the best place to make a difference with individual kids is up close to them in the classroom. This is where the hardest work will always happen.
I think I've had now well over 200 students in my 15 years of being a teacher, but I really enjoy the challenge. I enjoy the work that I get to do each day with students.
It's really empowering to see students see their growth from the beginning to the end.
What got me into teaching was I knew that I could teach woodworking, and I loved woodworking, so I can teach one of my passions.
I was drawn to the teaching profession. In the beginning of college, I was told that I was a natural at it, and so kind of just followed that path, and I've loved it ever since.
I really had a wonderful role model to follow, my mother. That's where I learned that I wanted to be a teacher.
When I started teaching 30 years ago, I knew at some point I was going to retire out of the system. But through various CalSTRS workshops, I started to save. CalSTRS is investing money for me for my long-term survival.
When I think of the benefit that teachers have, I think about freedom. That's what educators expect going into it. And we know that, our pay might not be at the same place as some of our friends in other professions, but we know that the benefits will be there when it comes to retirement.
Retirement is your future.
Having the CalSTRS benefit means relying on a steady stream of income.
My mother was covered by CalSTRS, and I am also a recipient of CalSTRS.
I love not having to worry about what I'm going to do when I retire as far as financially. I love that it's being taken care of.
STRS has done a pretty good job with my money, and I've done a reasonable job of keeping up with what I need to keep up with.
I can't thank CalSTRS, the board, enough on having such healthy investments. Having this benefit and knowing that I'm taken care of long-term is super important to my mental well-being.
I am very grateful for having the STRS benefit. Teaching has been my life, but knowing that I have this lifetime benefit has really kept me going.
Having the benefit, knowing it's sitting there and growing as my career grows is really a wonderful benefit to just be reassured that my work is going to pay off later as well.
I think retirement for me will definitely be volunteering, and it will definitely be traveling.
When I retire, the first thing I plan to do is travel. It's something that I've wanted to do but haven't really had a lot of opportunity.
I'm able to travel, I keep myself fit, so that's what I'm doing with my retirement. Thank you, STRS.
CalSTRS is very supportive. Their decisions and their actions have so many effects on thousands and thousands of teachers out there, and we thank you for putting all of that into us, because in this world, teachers need as many voices as possible.
Teachers work hard. And I, though, appreciate you, board members, for working hard, too, on our behalf, keeping our investments healthy so that we can have healthy pensions and healthy lifestyles once we retire is important. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. That's well done. And if you know of an educator that you think would be terrific to feature, please mention it to Teresa or a member of the communications team or anybody on the board who could make sure that we get in touch with that educator. And that's so kind that they thank the board. But let's be real. The state of California supports this system. School districts support this system. Our members contribute to the system. And our investment staff make prudent investment decisions that generate over 60 cents of every dollar that's in this pension fund. So there's a lot of people to thank that make this possible. And everyone plays an important role. So yeah, we get to be the board, and it's important, but we're just one piece of the puzzle. A lot of pieces of the puzzle that make this a beautiful, purposeful organization. So with that, let's move on with our agenda. Okay. Cassandra, our CEO, Cassandra Licknott.
Good morning,
morning,
members of the board and Chair Keeley. I have a couple of things that I wanted to mention in the CEO report that were noteworthy. First, I'm pleased to report that CalSTRS Investments, again, has been awarded the Pension and Investments Best Places to Work in Money Management, so I wanted to congratulate them. They have won this award 9 times, which is a really an outstanding feat, so congratulations. And on that same track, I also wanted to mention that in December of this last year, Chris has been awarded Chris Ellman, the Annual Industry Innovations Award in New York. Christopher Ellman, our Chief Investment Officer, received the Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of his many accomplishments and joined his peers in the Investment Hall of Fame. I didn't even know there was one, but there you go. Finally, I wanted to just go over the strategic planning process that we have, that we're in the middle of preparing for the next 3-year strategic plan. Believe it or not, we're 18 months into a decades-long course that the board established in its 22 through 2025 strategic plan. In recent years, we've undergone extraordinary changes to the way we work and how we interact with each other and our members. To respond to these changes, we created a long-term strategic vision. In the first phase of the plan, we assessed our gaps and opportunities as an organization and laid the foundation to build our capabilities, which is that left third quadrant is assess and build our capabilities. And now we're going to be moving into the engage and act quadrant, or not quadrant, but piece of the pie, I guess. In the upcoming 25 to 28 strategic plan, we'll engage and act on the goals and objectives established during phase 1. The second phase of our decade-long planning cycle continues our pursuit to realize our 2031 vision of success, which includes keeping our funding plan on track, implementing a modern and secure technology operating platform, and embedding unified ESG principles throughout our operations. So this is the strategic planning timeline for the 2025-28 plan cycle. We're kicking off our environmental scan now. We'll be including our members' voice through the annual member survey, and those results will be coming in March of 2024. Amy McDuffie of Mosaic will be reaching out to the board members to schedule interviews during that same time period to gain your insights and assessment as to what our priorities are going to be that are on top of mind for all of you. In April of 2024, Mosaic will lead a discussion with the executive staff here in the building, reviewing the results of the environmental scan to identify our highest priorities. Then in July, we will have a board offsite and identify those high-level goals and the specific objectives that we will accomplish during these next 3 strategic plan years. In January of 2025, when we present the first reading of the 25 through 28 strategic plan, there will have been substantial board involvement in its construction. This first reading will be presented as an information item to the boards for the board's review and input to finalize the plan. In March of 2025, the board and staff will participate in an informational strategic planning workshop to incorporate the costing and resource components related to the strategic plan and identify the board priorities in the governance of the plan. The final version of the plan with the board's input incorporated will be presented at that same meeting in March for adoption. There shouldn't, at this point, we're not anticipating there to be a lot of changes, and if there are some minor ones, we can incorporate it at that meeting. But if we need to, we can come back in May for the final adoption at a third reading. The board priorities are then linked from the strategic plan and incorporated in the board's work plan over the next years to come. So that's the timeline that we anticipate. Again, we're 18 months into the planning, but if we're not 18 months in the planning cycle, we're 6 months behind is what I always say. So it's a long process and a very thoughtful process. So with that, that's all I had in my CEO report.
Thank you, Cassandra. Questions or comments for Cassandra? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thanks again, Cassandra. Moving on to our General Counsel fiduciary duty item number 7. So many of us come to this board in many different ways, and we have different roles and responsibilities outside of this board. As I've learned, as we walk into this boardroom, we all wear the same hat, and that is the hat of a fiduciary. And it's important for us to be continually reminded of that one hat rule when we're here. And there's a lot of gray, but sometimes it is black and white. And as fiduciaries, we're going to have some trainings throughout the year, and there's some videos for us to watch. But Brian, you're going to walk us through maybe a few minutes on fiduciary duty.
Thank you. I do intend to keep it brief. I was requested to do this, so this is a self-inflicted wound, having to listen to a lawyer for 5 or 6 minutes. But I will try to hit some of what I think are the most salient topics, especially for what you're doing during these 2 days. So as a fiduciary, the source of fiduciary law for you all starts with the California Constitution. And I think that's a really important piece of information to keep in mind. I love reading the California Constitution. I was telling my colleagues as I was preparing for this that I got to spend another hour or two going through the Constitution, thinking about all the permutations. There are a lot of other sources of law, but if you start with the California Constitution, you pretty much are going to capture the principles of the Internal Revenue Code, the Teachers' Retirement Law, the ERISA, which doesn't apply to you, but supplies some guidance, the Restatement of Trusts, and also the Uniform Prudent Investor Act. So what does it mean to be a fiduciary and wear that one hat? So I didn't bring any slides, so we don't have those great slides that you used to see of somebody sitting there with multiple hats piled on their head. I also didn't bring the one that shows the wagon full of gold bars, if you remember that one. But I did want to point out, again, the words in the Constitution that say solely in the interest. So your actions are solely in the interest of the beneficiaries, the members and beneficiaries of this fund. There's also, the fund is to use exclusive purposes of the fund is to pay benefits to the members and their beneficiaries. And like that great line from my cousin Vinny, asking, were you serious about that? Yeah, they're serious about that. They put it 6 times within 4 paragraphs of the Constitution. So it is very serious that this is to be used for exclusive purposes of the members. How is that relevant in day-to-day interaction? Well, lots of times you're called upon to make political moves or make political statements or execute some sort of public policy using the fund. And what has to happen in your analysis is you basically have to quit your day job. I know I hear that whenever I try to sing. You really do metaphorically have to quit your day job when you come in here. Your job is solely in the interest of the members and their beneficiaries. And that means that wherever you came from, whether you were elected, whether you represent the people, whether you represent the governor, whether you represent teachers, it doesn't matter. your vision is myopic. It is for all the members and all the beneficiaries. That's the duty of loyalty. There is no distinguishment between the classes of folks. The other important fiduciary duty that I think I want to cover at least briefly is prudence. You'll hear that you have to make decisions with due care and have a prudent process. Well, the law is a little bit confusing. The paragraph that describes it talks about, similar circumstances or circumstances then prevailing, people familiar with like matters in business of a similar business. Some lawyers interpret that as the prudent expert standard as opposed to the prudent person standard. There's at least one federal court case that says, no, it's prudent person. But it doesn't really matter because even if you're a prudent expert, the law does not expect a whole board full of polymaths. There is a understanding that each of you will not have the expertise to make decisions. And the DOL and others interpreting the law recognize that. But you don't get to stop there. What has to happen is you have to use experts. And you have to rely on experts, and that is perfectly acceptable. The role of the fiduciary in making a decision is to satisfy themselves that they have sufficient information to make that decision. Now, they can rely on experts. Those experts can be staff members as well. You just have to remember that you sometimes need to have a countervailing point of view because very often the presentations from staff are Panglossian in nature. Everything's going to work out wonderfully, and you don't necessarily have the countervailing view. So it is important to have experts. So when can you rely on experts? Well, there's some court cases that say you can rely on an expert if you go through a diligent process to select the experts. So if you're going to rely on the experts for your process, you have to go through the same due diligence in the process. And that is qualifications, checking their qualifications. Do they have a conflict? Are they independent? Do they have some sort of track record that you can look to? And then if they are, and there are court cases where it found that the board could not rely on an expert, is where they didn't do those things. They hired somebody who knew somebody. They didn't do the due diligence on hiring the expert. You, of course, do that. You do that quite well. There's a competitive bidding process. You interview your experts. But it also applies to staff. So your Teacher's Retirement Code, Section 2211.5, talks about hiring staff and says that you have to hire staff that are expert and efficient in their job in investments. So that requires you to exercise your fiduciary duty through intelligent hiring of your staff, so you can rely on them as experts. Today, you're going to be looking at actuarial assumptions. Well, there are cases on actuarial assumptions as well. Where boards have gotten in trouble is where they have relied on an actuarial assumption that was based upon dated mortality tables. I know that's not an issue here because I know David and Rick presented a couple of years ago updating, because our teachers, thank goodness, live long lives, updated our mortality tables. But there are some cases out there that have said, not questioning the assumptions that go into the actuarial assumption is a trap for boards. When it comes to actuaries, the California Constitution provides you with the plenary authority to hire actuaries. And the role of the actuary is to assure the competence of the fund. So it's not ensure, it's assure. So they are supposed to represent to you the competence of the fund. Well, how do they do that? Well, if you look in the teacher's retirement law, there are some steps that basically say you all have to retain the data that's necessary for them to investigate. They do their investigation. They do a presentation to you, and then you, by plan amendment, which is really a resolution, then adopt the actuarial assumption recommended by your experts, both your staff who have been selected under that standard, but also your external experts who have been also selected through a due diligence and competitive bidding process. So those are two things I think to keep in mind. There are, you have members of the public who step up to the microphone or in public comment to often urge action, that you take some action. And I would just remind the board and the public that any action that you take or consider taking has to be solely in the interest of the member and beneficiary. There has to be something in it that is for the benefit of the members and their beneficiaries. It is not just because it's a good thing to do. I mean, that's where plans ran afoul of socially targeted investments 20, 30 years ago. That was, unlike climate change now, which is addressing a risk, that was when it was, let's put our money to good use. That's not the consideration. The consideration is risk-adjusted returns. So really quick and brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions. I can go over any of these in detail if you like, but I think that gives you an overview of what you're facing through these meetings and the principles that you need to rely on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bartow. Appreciate that overview. Questions? I don't see anybody in the queue.
I'm in the queue, waiting in the queue.
Oh,
Gotta look at that there, all right, Mr. Chair, that's all right, that's okay.
looking at the wrong screen.
So many screens in our world.
I'm rusty. It's unlike the
all
49ers
good.
in 2 weeks. They won't be rusty.
Go
They're gonna be
Niners!
crisp.
Go
They won't be rusty. They won't be rusty. They'll be hungry.
Troublemaker.
Hungry and fast. Sharon.
Sorry about Tom, is it too soon?
No, it's okay.
Okay, he's not coming out of retirement again. I just wanted to mention, I went through the online fiduciary training, and I thought that was actually, at least for this board member, a very effective, I had to get reminded to do it a couple times, but I did it. And I thought it was actually, I like having a quiz, and so I really appreciated that. I don't know if our fiduciary council is watching or listening, but I thought that was very well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll pass that on. If they're not watching, I'll pass it on to them.
And then I did have a comment back to Cassandra's report, if
Please,
is that
of
okay?
course, yeah.
I guess I just wanted to refer everyone to, because I think it's easy in these reports to kind of gloss over things, and I'm reminded even with your comments, Brian, the risks outlined on page 5 of your report, Cassandra, evaluating the emerging existential risks. I think a lot of us in different realms of our lives are thinking about AI, generative AI, and so I guess I just wanted to kind of, you didn't spend, a ton of time on it because there's a lot to talk about in your report. But I guess to me, one of the biggest pieces of my role on this board is risk, evaluating risk. And the world is changing so much, and we don't even know. I'm also just wondering about the effects of COVID and how that's impacting how we interact with each other and just the social impact of like human capital. And so I guess you don't have to, you can certainly make comments, but I do think in all of the other things that we're doing, one of the biggest roles that we play as fiduciaries of the system is evaluating risk and also evaluating opportunities, but the risk piece is really huge. So I appreciated those comments in your report.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to, and I want to remind the board members and the audience that we do make presentations semi-annually on the emerging risks and the risks report to the board that they're governing over. So we will be bringing those back and have full reports, but they are important, so we do include them in every meeting in some capacity, just like we do a number of other topics. So I appreciate you pointing that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Any other questions for Brian on that? Okay, before we move on, I just want to put an exclamation point on Sharon's query and comment about that issue. I think as a board, we've been quite good at being forward-thinking. And certainly the issue around generative AI, ChatGPT, and the role of technology going forward and its potential implications for us, both the opportunities and risk. I know our staff is looking at, I think, from how education will be delivered, what education might look like, what investments might look like, how benefits and services are provided to our members. Undoubtedly, we will be impacted by technology. And as a board, I think we have an obligation and an opportunity and responsibility to engage with our staff and experts to think about how we can best take advantage of the continuing evolution of technology. And we're very well positioned, given the proximity of the state, Sacramento, and the surrounding areas to really tap into that knowledge base that's out there. And I look forward to doing that with this board and our staff in the years ahead. So thank you for pointing that out, Sharon. All right, so if there are no other questions for Brian, we're going to move to the next item. And Ms. Bradford's going to chair the meeting for the next couple of items. So I'm going to turn it over to Denise.
Okay, next is. And welcome, Mr. Lamoureux, Mr. Reed, Mr. Collier, and Mr. Peppernell from Milliman. I just wanted to tell you, since we're a little bit off schedule, we will have to have a hard break at 11:50 for our public hearing, and then if we need to continue, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
You're welcome.
Board members, good morning. So we do this every 4 years, and we review the actuarial assumptions that are used in the valuations. So this is important because depending on the assumptions chosen, the numbers look different. So it's something that we really need to, make sure that you understand exactly what we're proposing. So when you approve that, that's going to affect the valuation, which we're going to present to you in May. The numbers today are not very different than what we've seen in the past. So it's pretty unexciting. And that's what we're hoping for. So
that's a good thing. That's
yes.
a good thing.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague David, and he's going to introduce there's Nick and Scott from Milliman actually to help us with the experience study. So David, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And just a reminder, so this work we do as per board policy every 4 years. It's part of our ongoing monitoring of the funding plans. It's one of the key steps in ensuring that, that our funding plan remains on track. And with us today, we have Nick Collier and Scott Peppernell, both from Milliman, who are our outside expert, as Brian pointed out, who helped us do this study. And internally, we've also reviewed all of their work and are in agreement with all of their recommendations. So with this, I will pass it over to Nick to go over the results of their study.
All right, thanks a lot, David. Okay, as was alluded to, this is our review of the assumptions. We generally do this every 4 years. These assumptions will be used in the valuation that we will present to you in May of this year. As was talked about, the assumptions, the ultimate cost of the plan is actually the benefits paid. So the assumptions don't affect that, but as Rick talked about, they do affect what the results of the valuation are, and the valuation determines the contribution. So the assumptions do affect the timing and the amount of the contributions and when they're paid. So assumptions do have a critical impact. So we're going to talk about two types of assumptions during our presentation. First is the economic assumptions. As the name implies, these are based on the economy as a whole, and for that we generally rely on forecasts. The demographic assumptions are related to member behavior, so we use those to predict, how long people are going to live, when people are going to retire, and in our analysis of that, we base everything on CalSTRS member experience. So those results are very specific to CalSTRS, and there is one exception with the mortality projection that Scott is going to talk about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott to go over some of the key results of the experience study.
Okay. As Nick mentioned, we'll cover the economic assumptions first. The table shown on this slide is from our full written report, which is 96 pages, has all kinds of great detail if you want more after today. But just to summarize, there are a couple big ones that I wanted to touch on here briefly. The format of the table there, we kind of divide DB programs, the defined benefit program assumptions, and then the cash balance and DB supplement programs in different sides of the table. current versus recommended for what we recommend for new assumptions going forward. So many of these are unchanged, including inflation, which is a key assumption and is kind of shown in the graph on a historical basis in the upper right. The current inflation assumption is 2.75% per year. Clearly, things have been running higher than that in recent years, though they'd been lower for a number of years before that. So over a 10-year period, national inflation was about 2.6% and California inflation about 2.85%. So long and short of it is the 2.75% assumption is still pretty reasonable. A lot of forward-looking expectations are a little bit lower than that, but we think given where this is and given experience and the importance of inflation on the SBMA program, we think 2.75% is reasonable going forward and aren't recommending a change. The other assumption I want to call out here, expected return, kind of shown in the lower right graph. This is the key assumption as far as most impactful on the measurement of the liabilities. It's currently at 7% for the DB program, as shown in both the analysis 4 years ago and the current analysis are right around that 7%. It's actually ticked up and based on the capital market assumptions adopted by the board last year, the analysis shows a number a little above 7%, but we would recommend staying at it. It's no bad thing to be a little conservative on this assumption, as capital market assumptions do fluctuate over time with interest rates, with equity returns. So we think that's in a good spot. The other thing on the expected return wanted to call out in the table, as shown in the kind of green bold is where we're suggesting changes. There is one change highlighted there where for the cash balance benefit program, it previously had been a 6.5% assumption that we suggest moving up to 7%. It had been a different number than the rest of the programs because it had been invested differently, and now the asset allocation is substantially the same, so we think the assumption should be the same. So that's the motivation for that recommendation. Then the last thing to call out on this slide are two similar sounding assumptions, wage growth and payroll growth. And the wage growth assumption is 3.5%, and we're not recommending any changes on it. This is the assumption that is used to project benefits for a member. So what their wages, before we get to sort of service-based increases that we'll talk about here in a moment, what it would grow each year for an individual. But then payroll growth layers on what the overall system growth will be, which is a function not only of individual members' pay growth, but how many teachers there are, for example, other effects. And that's important because the contribution that we calculate is turned into a percentage of pay, and so this payroll growth is important for that. We are suggesting lowering that from 3.5% to 3.25%, and one of the reasons why is really shown on the next slide here, where, as mentioned, the number of teachers over the long term is important for this, and I believe David wanted to chime in on the K-12 enrollment.
Yeah, the main thing I wanted to mention here, just to remind everyone, so we've had this question before, like how is the potential decline in number of teachers, if we do see a decline in number of teachers because of the anticipated decline in enrollment, how is that going to impact funding? So what we all agree is the best way to do it is to reflect it in the funding of the system through that payroll growth assumption. So that's the main reason why we're recommending a lowering of that assumption, is to reflect in the funding of the system the potential that we might see less teachers going forward if in fact we are going to see a 15% decline in the number of students. And as Scott and Nick will show later, this would normally have been a change that would raise contribution rates. But because of the actions you've taken as a board in recent years, when we've asked you to keep contribution rates at existing levels instead of lowering them, it's putting us in a place where we're going to be able to absorb that change without having to make any changes to contribution rates.
All right. On the next slide, we'll move to the demographic assumptions, which, as Nick alluded to, is based on actual analysis of CalSTRS data for the most part. A long list of assumptions. Again, this is a table from the full written report. And so you'll see some things have no changes, some things have adjustments, and this is kind of the normal process. We want to fine tune and keep these assumptions up to date. While there's a number shown here, and I'll get to a couple of these in more detail, really the main change that has a financial impact is on the mortality assumption. That's the one that's most noteworthy from that perspective. And so we'll turn to that first. The mortality assumption, or to put it in a little more positive light, the life expectancy assumption in our valuation is an important one. This is how long a retiree is going to live and draw benefit payments in the future, for example. And so it is key to our measurement. This analysis clearly, in this review period, is complicated by the existence of the pandemic and elevated mortality for a period of the study. While we looked at kind of 15 and 5-year periods, both of them include some years that were affected by the pandemic. For what it's worth, in our experience, CalSTRS saw less of a spike and fewer sort of excess mortality signs than many systems that we work with over the pandemic. But the main point I want to make is just that we are treating the pandemic as really isolated, and we're not trying to use that as predictive for going forward. So while our recommendation is to have a little bit lower life expectancy going forward, that's not driven by the pandemic. It's driven by other changes to the assumption that I'll get to here in a second. But we did try to isolate and not really weight that excess mortality that we saw for those years. There are two parts to a mortality assumption. One is the base table, as we call it, which really does reflect CalSTRS experience. We look at what the recent past has been compared to assumption and if we need to adjust those tables at all. The mortality improvement assumption, as Nick mentioned earlier, that is something that even a system as large as CalSTRS really isn't in a position to kind of make that kind of assumption just based on your own data. This really relies on Social Security level kind of data for the US. And so there's a study that's published and updated by Society of Actuaries periodically. And what we're suggesting to do is really move to mortality improvement that reflects kind of the latest and greatest from them for this. So we are updating both the base table, recommending updating both the base tables and the mortality improvement. The effect of the base table update can be seen in kind of the left paragraphs here, where before we consider mortality improvement, there's a really modest change to the life expectancy. So from 89.2 to 80 for the sample person who's shown here, which is a new female retiree, age 63. So just a modest change there. When we reflect that broader study and kind of updated assumption about future mortality improvement, then there's a little bit more of a decrease. And so rather than projecting out to 91 as an expected life, it's 90.3. So a little bit of a reduction in the future expectation for life. But just to be clear, we're still assuming mortality will improve in the future, just improve not quite as fast as the prior assumption. So again, that's the most impactful of the recommendations on the demographic side. The last slide here that I'll speak to just shows a quick snapshot of 3 other assumptions: service retirement, salary increases, kind of over and above that wage increase I mentioned before, and then termination prior to retirement. So this is just a sample of, there's a lot more detail, like I said, in the report on each of these, but each of these has kind of their own categories and level of detail beyond what's shown here. So for the service retirement, we're showing an example of females, 2% at 60, kind of the composite rates that apply across the board. But in practice, we have kind of more finely tuned rates that apply to different service bands and different rates for people who have the 2% at 62 formula versus 2% at 60. So all those things are kind of reflected under the hood. But what you can see is we kind of look at this and say, on the last 5-year study and the 15-year study period, what has experience been? If it's been higher than our expected, like it was for this one that we called out in sort of the later ages, then we propose increasing the retirement assumption at that point, for example. So that's the process, and we're happy to answer any questions on it but at the end of this. But I'll move on to the next slide where Nick will talk about financial impacts.
All right, thanks, Scott. I think most of you are aware the funded status, or sometimes referred to it as the funded ratio, is the value of the assets divided by the actual obligation. And the actual obligation is equal to the present value of accrued benefits at the valuation date expected to be paid in the future. So it's assets divided by liabilities. So that 74.4% indicates that you have 74.4% of the assets relative to the actual obligation as of June 30th, 2022. The other way to look at it is there's about 25% that's not there that needs to be funded in the future. That shortfall we refer to as the unfunded actual obligation. I'll talk more about that later. So the focus here is what's the impact of the assumptions. But first we wanted to project you to next year to June 30, 2023. And you see we expect an increase of about 71.3% up to 75.7%. But the big thing is what is the impact of the change in the assumptions that we are proposing. As you can see, it's an increase in the funding ratio by about 1%, and that's because the assumptions, as Scott talked about with mortality, we're projecting slightly lower life expectancies. That lowers your actual obligation, since the actual obligation is the denominator. Not getting into too much math, that raises the ratio there, so up to 76.8%. So moving to the next slide. Actuaries, we always have to know why, so we have way more detail on this than you could possibly imagine, but we've tried to at least summarize it here, kind of the key changes. First off is how did we go from the 74.4 to the 75.7 on the prior slide. This is probably not labeled very well, but the recent investment experience caused that 1.3% increase. If you remember, we smooth actual assets, so that means we don't just look at the last year, but we look over the last few years. So therefore, we got that great return for 2021 still flowing into our assets, which has a positive impact. The reason I said this isn't labeled that well is really this also reflects the fact that under the funding plan, significant contributions from the members, employers, and the state, that's also helping lower your unfunded actual obligation, which is helping increase your funded ratio. So that's the 1.3% increase without the change in the assumptions. And here, really, there's no surprise that Scott talked about the mortality change. That's where the big impact is. You can see the increase from, I think it was 75.7 to 76.8% on the prior page. That's entirely driven by the mortality changes. A couple other changes of about 0.1%, but really the mortality changes is the big driver. One thing I was to remind you, as I said, these are estimates. When we run the actual valuation, the actual numbers, there is going to be some fluctuation. One thing we'd note is that we haven't completed our evaluation, but one of the preliminary items we noticed is higher teacher salaries in the prior year. Obviously, great news for teachers, but it does mean higher salaries means higher projected benefits, which means an increase in the actual obligation. So, that increase I showed on the prior slide, there may be some drag on that, so we might not quite reach that amount. But the bottom line is that the assumption change actually is going to slightly lowers the actual obligation and increases the funded ratio. So moving to the next slide, as I talked about the unfunded actual obligation, that decreased in aggregate for the entire CalSTRS system from $87 billion to about $82 billion. Based on that change, that would be the $5 billion decrease would be the impact of the proposed assumption change. But those of you, I think most of you are aware, the unfunded actual obligation, it's not that simple under the funding plan. We divide it up into three slices. The first slice is the state share of the unfunded actual obligation. And if you remember, the unfunded actual obligation is the difference between actual obligation and the assets. Well, the actual obligation only decreased by about 1%, but since the assets and the actual obligation are very close for the state's piece, that becomes, in actual terms, a very leveraged calculation. So that 1% decrease results in what looks like a very big decrease in the state's unfunded actual obligation, which relative it is, a decrease from 8.7 to about $4.9 billion. One thing that's, I think the board is probably aware is when the state share is paid off, then under the current funding policy, that would result in the state's contribution rate dropping significantly. So that's definitely something we'll want to monitor and we'll definitely update that when we talk to you in May, and maybe something you want to address. I think you're discussing report to the legislature on the funding policy in March. Next one is the employer share. One thing we've told you in the past is that when we have changes, whether changes, asset returns above or below our assumptions or changing assumptions, the state will almost always be affected more than the employers. The employers are fairly stable for good or for bad. As you can see in this case, we were projecting just a decrease from about 79 billion to about 78 billion. So the changing assumptions, the state kind of gets the benefit of that. If we'd have changed assumptions the other way, it would be likely the state's share would have increased. The state is just going to be more sensitive the way the funding plan is set up. The last piece, the third slice, is the portion unfunded is the portion of the unfunded actual obligation that is not does not have a dedicated source of funding from the state or the employers. We call that the unallocated UAO. As you can see, that is a negative number, which means it's a small surplus. That is, the assets are slightly greater than the actual obligation, and we see a small increase in the surplus based on the proposed assumptions. So moving to the next slide. Oh, thank you. The last piece of kind of the key thing, obviously, is how well the plan's funded and how does that translate into contribution rates. You can see that the first one we look at is, well, obviously, big picture, what David talked about is we're projecting no change. First piece is the 2% at 60 contribution rate set in statute, so no change there. 2% at 62 involves a calculation, but as long as within certain thresholds, there's no change in the 2% and 60 member 2 contribution rate, and you stay well within that threshold. So we are not expecting there's going to be any change there. In fact, we're very confident that there will not be any change recommended in the 2% at 62 member contribution rate in the next valuation. The last two pieces are the state contribution rate and the employer contribution rate, and as David alluded to before, we do calculations under the valuation policy, and we come up with a number, and in both cases, the number is less than the value, than the contribution rate that is currently being made. The board has last few years has maintained the rate at the current level, which we definitely support. So assuming that's the case, there would be no change in the state rate or the employer rate. Moving to closing, I'm going to turn it over to David to put a wrap on this.
Thank you, Nick. And what I want to remind everyone, so the recommendation in front of you, you don't have to adopt any of the assumptions separately. It's one big package. So we're just asking you to adopt all assumptions and methods included in the report prepared by Milliman. So, and it's been mentioned before, so assuming you approve these assumptions, we will use them in the next set of actual valuations. Those are the June 30th, 2023 valuations that will be presented to you in May that will set the contribution rates for 24-25 fiscal year. Now, the other part we want to mention here is the actual assumptions also have to be used in all of the in the benefit administration, in all of the member calculations. So although a member's benefit is based generally solely on the age at retirement, their years of service, and their final compensation, members do have options at retirement, for example, to elect a beneficiary to leave a percentage of their benefit at retirement. Those have to be cost neutral to the system and involve actuarial calculations that rely on the actuarial assumptions. So once you adopt these new assumptions, as we've done in the past, we will also update what we call the option factors, the service credit purchase factors, and all of the present value factors. And our goal right now is for the service credit purchase factors to be effective July 1st. You will actually adopt those in May. The option factors and present value factors, you do not need to adopt them, but right now the plan is it takes us a couple of months to We need to generate the factors, put them into the system, test them. What we've done the last 2 times is we had them in place by September 1st. So our goal again is this year to have those effective September 1st of 24. And again, it would be effective for anyone retiring on or after that date. So that's it. With this, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Jennifer.
Thank you. And thank you for your excellent work, presentation, and deeply informed analysis. Quick question, just in that these are very long-term assumptions and very thoughtfully constructed, and then they feed into a model. Actual experience, as was referred to many times, can fluctuate over the short term. And just a quick statement on your confidence value of our ability to withstand with these assumptions, that any negative, I'm not as worried about the upside, but negative experience of actual, versus the assumptions or the use of these assumptions in the model to stress test. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go with this. And if you recall, also in November when we presented our risk report, we sort of we spent a lot of time focusing on the negative risk that could impact our funding, and we do. I guess it depends on the assumptions. For most of the assumptions, we can absorb a lot of fluctuations. The one that we're most at risk will always be the investment return. So, but we're still in a good place because, as we mentioned, we're still slightly ahead of schedule. However, there will always be a risk if we go through a few years of below assumed return. We might be in a position where we have to start raising rates again. But right now, we are still slightly ahead of schedule, but that's still and will remain our biggest risk. Nick?
Yeah, the only thing I'd just chime in is that this board is probably the best educated, probably just around the country as far as risk. The risk report that your staff presents to you is pretty comprehensive and really hits on what we think are the key risks.
Okay, Sharon?
Yeah, this one's hard to wait till the end to ask questions because honestly, there's so much detail in it. So I was trying to write things down and follow the rules. But I have a couple of different questions. One, I wondered if you could go back to the cash balance piece because I know we have a lot of part-time community college faculty that are in cash. Not that they probably watch this stuff and want to know all the intricacies of actuarial science, but it is definitely, I would say, I shouldn't say irregular, but it's unique for us to go from a lower rate, current assumption rate of 6.5 to 7%. So I have a couple more questions, but if you could maybe just talk a little bit about that. I know it has to do with how we're able to invest the CB money, but maybe just for the general public to just dive a little deeper on the CB decision.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll go back to when the cash balance program was created. So at the time,
we had Ed Derman in the building this morning, so
yes,
I feel like it's very appropriate to talk about cash balance this morning.
So when the cash balance program was created, the board, there was a concern at the time over the cash flows of that program. Contrary to the defined benefit program, in the defined benefit program, when you retire, you're entitled to a lifetime income. In the cash balance program, one of the options available to a member at retirement is to take an entire lump sum of their account. So there was a concern at the time over the liquidity needs of that program. It was a brand new program. We did not know what would be the behavior of the retired members. So the board made the decision at that time to not invest in some of the more illiquid asset classes. So the decision was made to not invest in private equity and real estate. And as you remember from going through the ALM process last year, there's a reason why we invest in those. They do provide additional return to the fund. So because that program was never invested in those asset classes, the expected return of that program was always lower, which is why if you look historically, we always use an assumption that was 0.5% lower than what we use for the defined benefit program. So that's why it's at 6.5 versus 7. Now, the program's been in place for several years. We've looked at the liquidity needs of the program. Last May, through the asset allocation process, we recommended, working with investment staff, we all felt it was prudent to start investing the assets of that program in the same way as we do all the others. So now the assets of cash balance are invested in private equity, real estate, infrastructure, everything that we do. For that reason, we feel that we should use the same assumption for all programs to be consistent. If they're all invested the same way, we feel we should have the same investment return assumption. So that's the reason. But Sharon, you are right. It's uncommon to have actuaries, especially in these times, to come to you and ask you to raise an investment return assumption. But in this case, we feel it's the right one to do.
Thank you. I have a couple more, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. So the lowering of the payroll growth assumption, we talked about that reflects the potential, decline in teachers or the projection of decline of teachers, correct?
Yeah, it's a potential.
Potential, right?
Correct.
Yep, okay. And then the mortality improvement factor, you were saying that's the one that we rely on national data. The rest is kind of internal data, right? Okay. And then on page 7, where it talks about the estimated funding status. So I know we always it's 2024, but we're looking, back. So if we adopt these assumptions today, so this is where my brain, it's hard thinking about time frame, but this chart is telling us that if we adopt those proposed assumptions, I know this doesn't happen instantaneously, but we go from I know a lot of our members ask about our funding status. So we go from 74.4 to 76.8. Is that what that chart is telling us?
Correct. So if you look at the slide I've put up, so the most recent official funded status we provided to you was, as of 22, was 74.4. Okay. If you ask us today, what's the estimated funded status as of 23? We think it's gone up to close to 76. And again, as Nick mentioned, it's a combination of two things. We're still benefiting from the great return we had 2 years ago. Plus, we are collecting a lot of money from employers, the state, and members. We have a funding plan to eliminate our unfunded liability. So every year we should see an improvement in funded status from those contributions. Okay. So that's what that 75.7% is. Okay. Now with the new assumption, we think that number now is going to go up by about 1%, 1.1 in this chart. So when we come in May, you should expect to see an improvement in funded status from 74.4. What Nick hinted is these are just based on projections. We're now doing the actual work, and we've noticed, as Nick pointed out, it's been a good time we've seen a lot of salary increases for teachers. So that will be sometime that reflects an increase in liability. So it's possible that the number we present to you in May might be a little bit lower than that, but it should still be higher than what it was last year.
So you anticipate my next question, which is, when we get pay increases, though, doesn't that increase the percentage that we contribute into the system?
Yeah, so it increases our liabilities, but it also increases the payroll.
You're focusing on the negative, and I'm focusing on the positive.
Very good.
Which is, I just got a raise, and I'm putting more into CalSTRS system. That's welcome.
Correct. So, and it's a great benefit, yes.
Okay. And then my last one is about, can you talk, I have two things. One is, so, Scott, when you were talking about longevity, I just want to make sure I'm thinking about this right. So we're not necessarily, people are living longer. Everything we read says that. But we're talking about the pace of which people are living longer is a little slower. Is that the right way of thinking about it?
So that's a change in the mortality improvement, where our prior assumption was sort of about, one pace, and now it's a little bit more modest pace.
A slower pace, yep. Okay. And then my last one is, the signal for contribution rate changes. Obviously, employers care about that a lot at the bargaining table. Teachers like us and our colleagues, watching, care about that a lot. Do we, as we think about this, and I know this is sort of touching on delicate issues, but as we kind of pursue this experience study over the next few years, I assume we'll have a pretty good foreshadowing of when and how any modification of these contribution rates would have to be thought about, correct? Because I just want to allay any fears or concerns about a surprise on contribution rates at our next experience study. So
and one of the things we spend a lot of time on a daily basis to monitor everything. We monitor payroll coming into the system. So one thing for sure is if we ever see a trend where we might think we might have to raise rates, even if it's just 2, 3, or 4 years down the road, we will we will keep everyone informed the moment we have this information. But as of right now, as you mentioned, Sharon, payroll continues to be higher than we expected. It's all good, and right now it's putting us, that's why we feel comfortable. We've been telling stakeholders that we think we should be able to keep employer rates at existing level for the next few years. We don't see anything right now in sight that would change this, especially on the employer side, because it's quite shielded from the investment performance. On the state side, it's all dependent on the investment return. As long as we remain close to 7, we're going to stay the path. Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm done. Any further questions? I don't see any in the queue. Okay, I would entertain a motion to accept all of the assumptions and methods. Was that Jennifer? Okay, and Michael seconded? Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, and you came in right under 11:50, so we can have our public hearing. Thank you. Welcome. Do we need to wait until on the dot, or can you read the statement now? Read slowly. It's long.
That's easy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Joycelyn Martinez-Wade, Director of Governmental Relations. It is 11:48 a.m. on January 10th, 2024, and we are in the boardroom at 100 Waterfront Place in West Sacramento to receive public comments on proposed regulations initiated by the Teachers Retirement Board. The board has proposed amendments to regulations that further interpret and make specific Education Code sections 23002, 23003, 23004, 23006, 23008, 26301, and 26303 concerning penalties and interest assessed for late or inaccurate reporting or retirement data and payment of contributions from employers. Existing regulations ensure consistent and transparent assessment of penalties and interest in accordance with current laws. However, existing regulations do not contemplate certain scenarios involving circumstances beyond the control of employers or where the employer acted under the direction of CalSTRS. The proposed amendments to the regulations specify scenarios under which employers may avoid being subject to the assessment of penalties and interest, and also provide clarification that interest will be charged on outstanding invoices for balances not paid in full within 30 days of the invoice date. Within Division 3, Title 5 of the California Code of Regulations, the proposed regulations amend sections 27003, 27004, 27007, and 27008 in Article 15.5 of Chapter 1 and add a new section 27010 in Article 15.5 of Chapter 1. Under the rulemaking provisions of the California Administrative Procedure Act, this is the time and place set for the presentation of statements, arguments, and contentions, orally and in writing, for or against the regulations, notice of which has previously been both published and sent to interested parties. Is there anyone present in the boardroom wishing to offer public comments? There is not. Is there anyone on the phone wishing to offer public comment? Sounds like there is not. So we'll wait a short time for possible latecomers before reconvening the board meeting. Okay, we have waited a short time. The notice stated the hearing start time was scheduled for 1:00 p.m., and the notice included a request to arrive promptly for check-in before that time. The notice also stated that the hearing may be rescheduled for a different time as specified on the agenda for the Teachers Retirement Board meeting. The agenda published on December 29th, 2023 specified 11:50 a.m. as the scheduled time of the hearing. For the record, the time is 11:55 a.m., and nobody has arrived or dialed in to provide written or oral testimony. This hearing is therefore concluded with no public comments received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 9, the 2024-25 board meeting calendar. Our CEO.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. So we have our 2024-2025 fiscal year planning meeting for the upcoming fiscal year for the board. And as similar to what we did this last year, we have 6 meetings scheduled throughout the year. Incorporated in those teachers' retirement meetings are the Appeals Committee, the Audits and Risk Management Committee, Benefits and Services, Board Governance, and Investment Committee. The Compensation Committee is still being taken up by the entire board, and is the content of that work will be folded into the Teachers Retirement Board work plan for the coming year. The couple of things that I just wanted to highlight for this upcoming calendar year or fiscal year plan is that we have 2 half-day workshops scheduled in alignment with the regular board meetings. The first one is September of 2024, where we've added a half-day session for the CEO-CIO performance evaluations. And then in March of 2025, as I spoke to, associated with the strategic planning process, we have a half-day workshop tied to strategic planning, cost, and resource commitments associated with the strategic plan. So that's accompanying the March of 2025 meeting. We have a July offsite scheduled later in July of 2024, so that's coming up at the beginning part of this fiscal year. And along with this, we have in May, just to remind you, we have the elections of the board chair and vice chair, and in July, the assignments to the committees for the individuals serving on those committees, and the election of the appointment of the chair and vice chair of those committees happen in July as well. And with that, I'll take any questions or comments or suggestions for changes. Oh.
Punch in. Yeah, it turns your microphone on if you punch in. Or you can turn it on, I think.
It's on.
Go for it.
When is the offsite this July? Is it the 24th, 25th?
Yeah, it's half day the 23rd, a full day the 24th, and half day on the 25th.
I wasn't quite sure. Thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I think that's it for this item.
It's an action item.
Oh, sorry.
And if there's any members from the public also, you might want to.
Are there any comments? Are there any public comments?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Thank you. Oh, I would. Okay, Ken moved.
Second.
Bill seconded. All those in favor of the 2024-25 board meeting calendar, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Now on to number 10. Thank you. HQE update.
Thanks, Ms. Bradford. Good afternoon. This is an informational update on the status of the headquarters expansion project, as well as an action item requesting approval for an extension of the authority that was provided to staff by the board in November to revise the HQE project budget, currently sitting at $321.4 million, by a not to exceed $1 million with CEO approval. This would cover any further unanticipated expenditures between today's meeting and the next regular board meeting in March, since the project is not yet ready for move-in. As far as status goes, the interior and exterior construction are both materially complete, and nothing remaining will impact the critical path to completion. As I mentioned in November, the fire alarm system sign-off is the critical path to receiving the certificate of occupancy. The standard testing process requires 3 complete tests of each device, and there's more than about 1,000 in the building, to confirm that the system is properly configured. Prior to the start of the testing cycles, preliminary testing did uncover some coverage issues throughout the building where additional strobes and horns were required. And this is really due in part to the highly acoustic sound absorption material that's used to limit the carry in a very open layout in the building. So the procurement and installation of the additional equipment took time. So the fire alarm testing did not start until the end of December, which was about 3 weeks later than we expected. The project team, however, has committed to running phase 1 and phase 2 of the testing together, and that is actually going to save some time for us. The testing has identified a number of issues along the way that the team is resolving. And although it's common to find issues during the testing process, it has pushed the substantial completion date of the project to January 31st, 2024. The hope is that all issues will be identified and resolved in these first 2 phases, and that phase 3, which will be actually facilitated by the fire marshal, will be much smoother. And in March, I'll be coming to you and sharing with you that we're moving into the building and not be providing you a construction update. That is my hope as well. And finally, without certainty that will be finished in January, we are asking you to extend the authority provided by the board in November to revise the HQE project budget by a not to exceed $1 million if needed to complete the project with CEO approval. In the event the project budget's revised by this authority, staff will inform the board outlining the revisions at the March meeting. And that's all I have for you today. Open to any questions.
Questions? So my voice is not working. Oh, I thought he was. Did you have a question? Just go ahead.
More of a comment. Obviously, this is an ongoing process of extending the finish date. And could you give me your, and I know it's just a speculative guess, but how serious do you think it is that we would be finished by January 31st?
If I'm being completely honest, I think that it's probably going to roll into the month of February, which I have shared with the project team, the entire project team, including DPR, the need to have it done by the end of January. Because remember, when I came to you in November, that $2.9 million that I asked for ran through the month of January. That extended our non-discretionary costs through January.
Correct.
And this additional $1 million was exactly for this, if it actually rolled into February. And at this point in the project and knowing what they're uncovering during testing, because there are some things that are coming up, I would project that we're probably going to be more like the first or second week in February before the project's complete.
Okay, thank you.
So as the board knows, Michael Gunning and I have been kind of overseeing the HQE, and so I just want to reiterate to the board that this is just extending the timeline. That's basically what we're asking for to March, and obviously our hope and prayer that it is done by the end of January. So folks in the audience that are listening, but that's really the nuts and bolts is since we've had so many issues around the timeline, it's extending the timeline from June to March, and we'll have another board meeting. Hopefully we won't need it to have another conversation about that. So I just want to assure the board that Michael and I have been apprised with Lisa's incredible leadership on this project. It's been challenging. We don't need to rehash all of that, but we hope to have it done and I would move support of this item.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Thank you. Okay, it has been moved and seconded to extend the CEO delegation on our $1 million. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. I would just like to add my thanks to Sharon and Michael for all of their work on this, and Lisa, we really appreciate it. And for our people working on the building, I would just like to say that we would really appreciate you being good stewards of our teachers' retirement money and getting this finished for us so that we are not spending any more of our trust fund. We would appreciate that. Thank you. And that brings us to lunch. So how about an hour? We'll come back at 1:10, Mr. Chair?
Perfect.
Okay, we will see you adjourned until 1:10. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch. Thank you. We are on item 11, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Organizational Assessment Update. And thank you all for being here. I'm not sure who's starting.
I'm gonna open it up, actually.
Okay, great,
Yep,
thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, members of the board. I wanted to introduce this item because this item is an enterprise objective that the board has incorporated within the context of their strategic plan. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is actually work that we have been focused on for multiple years at CalSTRS. We have a very good foundation, which our presenters are going to be going over within the context of their assessment shortly. But what I wanted to just reinforce is that it is work that we have been working on in different pockets of the organization through different areas, whether it be our investments branch, our legal counsel's office, our human resources office. We have been focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion for many years. As part of the board's strategic plan under Goal 1, Trusted Stewards, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts drive organization performance or outperformance. What the goal for establishing this as an organizational-wide enterprise objective is to bring all of these efforts into a more purposeful organization achievement in what we can accomplish throughout the organization under one umbrella. So while you might hear different presentations in different parts of the organization because the work is really intrinsic into what they're doing, such as tomorrow you're going to be hearing some diversity, equity, and inclusion context within the framework of the investment branch, and you'll hear it in other aspects of the organization. This is really to set the stage and framework for how we're going to be approaching it as an organization. So with that, I wanted to hand it over to our presenters, Kim Turner from Guidehouse and Davita Vance-Cooks from Guidehouse, who are our consultants in working in this area, along with our staff, TJ and Crystal, to go over the presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Crystal Turco, CalSTRS staff. I just want to do a quick introduction of our speakers today, just to give you some more context. We're super excited Davita and Kim are with us today. I hope that comes through in this presentation today. We're thrilled that they're here. So let me give you some context about who will be speaking to you. First off is TJ Kachar. TJ is CalSTRS Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Specialist. He's been in the role since 2013. He is passionate about working with diverse people and really building that culture of DE&I that we have here at CalSTRS. TJ is also the lead trainer for our capstone onboarding course, which is Diversity and Inclusion, the Power of Difference. He holds a certificate in diversity and inclusion from the HR management, he holds a certificate in diversity and inclusion in HR management from the HR Certification Institute and a certificate in diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace from the University of South Florida. To TJ's left, we have Kim Turner. Kim is with us today with over 20 years of experience in transformational diversity, equity, and inclusion work in higher education and the consulting sectors. Kim has expertise in organizational and cultural change, leadership development, and learning and development. She is currently a managing consultant for Guidehouse and oversees complex client engagements, manages projects to completion, and designs DE&I solutions, transformation strategy, and assessment services for various clients and stakeholders. Previously, Kim was the chief learning consultant for Building for Mission. Prior to consulting, Kim worked in higher education and served in multiple DE&I roles. Her latest role was Associate Dean and Director of the Office of Identity, Equity, and Engagement at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, where she is completing her doctoral degree in educational leadership, focusing on racial equity. Welcome, Kim. We're happy to have you here today. And then to Kim's left is Davida Vance Cooks. Davida has over 35 years experience in public administration and public sector operations with a history of transforming organizations. Her expertise is in the areas of organizational change management, DEIA analysis, program management, business process reengineering, stakeholder engagement. I could go on and on. Davida has so much experience in both the private and public sector. She previously served as the agency director CEO for the Government Publishing Office at the federal level, where she led transformation of the agency from a print manufacturing facility to a content-centric, digital-focused publishing operation. I could go on and on about Davida. And I want to stop talking now just to turn it over to TJ and Kim and Davida so you can hear from them about our organizational assessment. One quick question though, Madam Vice Chair. I know at the beginning of the meeting, board members were asked to hold their questions until the end of a presentation. Is that still the direction that you would prefer for this presentation, or would you like it to be, would you like us to accept questions along the way?
Do you have a recommendation given the fact that you asked?
I think it's going to be very interactive, and I think that the board may wish to ask questions as we present information and you have a chance to react to it.
I will do my best to keep up with the question queue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. In March of 2023, we began working with our consultant Guidehouse on a 3-phase project to help our organization enhance and evolve our diversity and inclusion effort. Thus far, we have completed phase 1 of those 3 phases, and we are joined by our Guidehouse partners for a short presentation. If you have questions after the presentation, we will also have time for to answer any of those questions as well. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Davida and Kim.
Good afternoon. Cassandra, Crystal, and TJ, thank you for the warm introduction. And before I begin my remarks, I think all of you can tell I'm battling laryngitis. So I will do my best to get us through this, but I'm excited and delighted to be here. And as you could tell by the intro, I am what is called a seasoned individual. Okay. My name is Davida Vance Cooks, and I am the project director for the CalSTRS DEI Organizational Assessment, and I am joined by my colleague, Kim Turner, the project manager. On behalf of our Guidehouse team, we want to thank you for the opportunity to work on this project. It has been a great experience. We truly appreciate the support and the collaboration provided by TJ, the executive leadership team, the leadership team, and the staff. I can actually assure you that all of our conversations were collegial, deliberate, insightful, and engaging. During this process, it became clear to us that we all care about this subject matter, and it's very important to us to know and to expect and to tell you that it's important for us to get it right. We have completed phase 1 of the project. During this particular presentation, Kim will discuss the overview of phase 1, our observations, and then I will come back and talk about the recommendations. What you will hear is a good story. We have a great story to tell. And I am very pleased to tell you that as we go into the recommendations, that story will only get better. And at the conclusion of our presentation, we look forward to a Q&A that will be highly engaging and quite interesting, because we want to know what you think about the observations that we have outlined. If you could go to the next slide, Kim.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't get to practice.
Thank you. Taking a look at the Guidehouse team, you will see these are the members of the team who worked on this project. Our partner, Colin Lopez, Winter Tawalde, who would have been here, but unfortunately could not be here. She is our subject matter expert on DEIA, and she's also the leader of our community of practice on DEI. You also see Aaron Brink Johnson, and we also had another member, Shahira Aziz, who worked on data analytics, because this is really a data-driven process. And in the initial phase of the project, we also partnered with Stanfield. It's a socially disadvantaged veteran-owned small business which has experience working in California and specifically with CalSTRS, and they provided support. We brought a lot of expertise to this project. We brought DEI subject matter expertise, research, analytical skills, and we also brought consultancy towards this particular project. When you look at the next slide, it's all about Guidehouse. Very quickly, I would like you to know that Guidehouse is a leading management and consulting house with a robust state and local government practice, and eventually it'll show up. We have a presence in California with over 90 employees, and our California headquarters are located right down the street in Sacramento. We have access to a number of DEI resources which we brought to bear on this, and we have supported federal, state, local, and even commercial enterprises. We do have experience in assessing and designing it, and we brought that here. So when we get to the table of contents, I will turn it over to Kim to talk about the first three: the project approach, the assessment overview, the organizational assessment. Then I want to talk to you about the recommendations. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so this project has 3 phases. They are assessment, design and evolve, and implementation. So phase 1 assessment was a 7-month effort that really involved a benchmark analysis that we utilize, which is the Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion model, which is the GDEIB. We reviewed over 80 organizational and supplemental documents. We had validation conversations with CalSTRS project sponsors and researched DEI benchmark standards and models to really validate our conclusions as well. We also conducted 16 individual interviews and 20 focus groups, a lot with several of you in this room, which focused on 75 best practice benchmarks utilizing the GDEIB as well. And so from our assessment, you'll hear a little bit later that we developed 2 short-term recommendations and 3 long-term recommendations that focus on building an inclusive culture at CalSTRS. At the conclusion of phase 1, we submitted an organizational assessment report, a PowerPoint deck, and a placemat that provides findings and recommendations. So as we engage the next phase, design and evolve, we have started to develop action plans for the 5 recommendations that were approved on December 4th. And in those action plans, we will include inputs, outputs, action items, outcomes, DEI measures and metrics, and reporting mechanisms as well. And so once we are completed with phase 2 in April of 2024, we will transition to implementation. So we wanted to provide an overview of phase 1 and how the GDEIB benchmark model was really utilized to complete the current state and future state benchmark assessment report. So you have access to the GDEIB primer, and that gives a little bit more in-depth overview of the model, but I just wanted to give a quick reminder. So the GDEIB, it has 4 groupings, 15 categories, and within each category, there are 5 levels ranging from best practice to inactive. Each category has between 12 to 15 benchmarks across 5 levels for a grand total of 275 benchmarks. That's very important because we looked and at every single benchmark within the GDEIB. So to share a little bit about the current state assessment methodology, we reviewed over 500 pages of documents that were provided by CalSTRS, identified the grouping it supported, determined the category it represented, and then assessed it against benchmarks in levels 1 through 5 to determine the best level that it met. So each document was reviewed several times. We developed a preliminary assessment for each category, collaborated with CalSTRS to validate those documents. Supplemental documents were then provided for support and to modify the preliminary assessments, and then revalidated again for the final reporting. So what we found was that 12 or 80% of the 15 categories were rated at a level 3 proactive, and all 4 groupings were rated at a level 3 proactive as well. The GDEIB does state that level 3 is what is required and expected of all organizations. And so the remaining 3 organizations, or 20%, were rated higher than proactive, which is excellent. So recruitment, and then job design, classification, compensation, and the internal grouping were rated as level 4, progressive. And then connecting DEI and sustainability in the bridging grouping reached best practice or level 5, which is excellent. So overall, CalSTRS was rated a level 3 proactive. And this rating really indicates that CalSTRS has a clear awareness of the value of DEI and is really starting to implement DEI systemically. So just want to pause and say kudos to CalSTRS for a proactive overall rating. So congratulations to you all. Just as a note, we did just want to share that we did reach out to the Center for Global Inclusion to really gain an understanding of how CalSTRS compared to other organizations. And they really advised us that they do not capture that type of information. So we pivoted and really looked at how CalSTRS fares under other types of industry benchmarking models, such as the International Organization of Standardization. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. So then transitioning to our future state priorities, our qualitative research really focused on and reflected on a series of individual interviews and focus groups to determine the best practice benchmarks that CalSTRS stakeholders would like to see in a future DEI environment. So again, we conducted 36 interviews with 56 CalSTRS stakeholders who provided very in-depth opinions and insights. And we asked the stakeholders to identify their preferred key best practice benchmarks for each of the 15 GDEI categories. From those discussions, we had 5 key observations related to inclusive culture actions. Number 1, DEI should be integrated into CalSTRS DNA. This was indicated by consensus in core value, integration, and DEI embedded best practice benchmarks. A stakeholder said, we must weave DEI into the enterprise, policy, and procedures. It's another patch of our fabric. Number 2, the DEI strategy should be data-driven, evidence-based, continually assessed, and measurable. This was indicated by the DEI assessment and unbiased analysis benchmarks. 3, accountability should be demonstrated across the board at all levels. As stakeholders shared, once we set in motion what we want to accomplish, we have to make sure our leaders are accountable. We have to follow up and make sure that they are doing what we said we would do and not just set it and forget it. Number 4, DEI communications should be leveraged to promote DEI initiatives and progress towards these goals. And number 5, learning programs should demonstrate change behavior and increased awareness. So now that we've gone through the current and future state results, we will recap the main observations that really support the recommendation to strengthen CalSTRS inclusive culture. So number 1, the first observation is that CalSTRS is a proactive DEI organization. As we mentioned earlier, 80% or 15 GDEIB categories were assessed as proactive. And again, we really commend CalSTRS for such a great rating overall. In addition to the GDEIB benchmarks, we also validated those proactive ratings against other DEI standards and benchmarks, and we found alignment there. Those standards that we utilized were the Office of Personnel Management's DEIA maturity model, the International Organization of Standardization's Human Resource Management benchmarks on diversity and inclusion, and we also utilized the California State Executive Order on Equity as well. So if CalSTRS leadership really wants to move the organization to a level 4 progressive, a structural and behavioral inclusive framework is really necessary to achieve that goal. The second observation is that CalSTRS demonstrates strong commitment in managing DEI activities in recruitment, job design, and sustainability. So CalSTRS is already engaging in supporting a behavioral inclusive culture, as shown by its progressive rating in recruitment, job design, classification, and compensation, as well as the best practice rating for connecting DEI and sustainability. We also know that you are also currently working on recruitment strategies within your EEO office and also having discussions to provide an even more comprehensive DEI training. And our third observation is CalSTRS stakeholders really support a future state DEI best practice strategy that is once again data-driven, evidence-based, continually assessed, and measurable. In the future state interviews, stakeholders really highlighted that having a data-driven and measurable strategy, it's very important because it addresses the ROI, or the return on investment of DEI, of its business impact, and the investment on the organization. And we continually heard the phrase over and over again, what gets measured gets done. Additionally, a structural DEI inclusive culture framework really takes responsibility for assessment, measurement, and progression towards DEI goals. And so those are our key observations, and I will now pass it back to Davida to go over our recommendations.
Thank you, Kim. There are actually two key themes that I want to reinforce as part of this report. If you remember anything, just remember these two things about the assessment that we performed. Theme number 1 is that this was a benchmark-driven report. And what that basically means is that we measured CalSTRS performance against a set of industry standards and best practices. And when we did that, we looked for alignment and we looked for future opportunities for improvement. And theme number 2 has to do with the fact that the results, the observations, and the recommendations are evidence-based and data-driven. That's critical when we talk about moving forward, because moving forward means we're working with data. Our inclusive culture recommendations are as follows. As Kim mentioned, we are very much involved in evidence-based and data-driven decision-making. And all of the data pointed towards the need to have an inclusive culture. So the recommendations revolve around inclusive culture. And you might ask me, what is inclusive culture? What does it mean? Well, quite frankly, it is the creation of a positive work environment that supports, values, and respects employees from all backgrounds. And it provides employees with an equitable opportunity to contribute and influence the well-being of an organization. So when you have an inclusive culture, you have two sets of inclusive culture recommendations. You have a structural inclusive culture and you have behavioral. The structural inclusive culture is the most important because it sets the foundation. What we're basically saying is build your strategy, develop your strategy. When you have that foundation, then you develop a governance process to execute that strategy. And then you move into the behavioral inclusive culture recommendations, which basically says that you have to understand that your employees must demonstrate and reflect their actions, their attitudes, and their habits as it relates to DEI. When we looked at your inclusive culture recommendations, we also looked at your strategic plan to make sure that they were in alignment, and they are. In the introduction to the strategic plan, Cassandra wrote, "This strategic plan must pave the way for creating an intentional and sustainable cultural shift that demonstrates our commitment and dedication to supporting diversity and ethical principles throughout the organization and the Teachers Retirement Board." How powerful is that statement? How meaningful is that intent? This is what's driving the inclusive cultural recommendation. And our inclusive cultural recommendations will provide the blueprint and the roadmap for you to get there. In addition, you have the benefit of having your employees tell you how they feel about an inclusive culture. When we looked at the results from the 2023 Employee Engagement Survey, we were stunned by 3 key findings that we found. The key findings relate to executive support. How well does CalSTRS accept people from diverse backgrounds? And how well does CalSTRS value differences? Let me share with you what your employees had to say about that. In terms of executive support, 71% of your employees believe that the executive staff demonstrate that diversity and inclusion are important. Think about that. In terms of the acceptance of people from diverse backgrounds, 76% of your employees believe that CalSTRS makes it easy for people from diverse backgrounds to fit in and be accepted. Number 3, valuing differences at CalSTRS. 72% of your employees believe that individuals and their differences are valued at CalSTRS. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because from our perspective of looking at DEI data, we usually see those numbers in the 50s. This is good. This is impressive. Let's build that momentum. Now, I think that all of us in this room recognize the ethical values related to DEI, but there's a business value related to DEI. An inclusive culture within CalSTRS, in terms of a business value, will help your organization become an employer of choice. In your strategic plan, you refer to it as a destination employer. There are over 200 studies that conclude that the inclusive culture results in greater engagement, innovation, growth, and customer service. And I know from looking at your strategic plan that you have a 10-year goal where you want to be known as trusted stewards. You want to be known as innovators, and you definitely want to be known as a sustainable pension organization. And so this inclusive culture will help you get there. I also recognize that it's challenging to quantify some of these values. A lot of times when we conduct these studies, people want to know the financial value of DEI. Good point, fair point. We're starting to look at the value of a social ROI. But there is growing evidence that an inclusive culture generates positive impacts that strengthens the financial sustainability of an organization. And what do I mean by that? It gives you an enhanced reputation and brand, and I know you want that. It gives you access to a broader talent pool. You will see cost savings because of low turnover. You will no longer have to deal with the high costs of recruitment, onboarding, and training. You will have improvements in decision-making because when you have a diverse perspective, you will be able to mitigate your risks. You will have greater innovation and creativity because of diversity, increased customer satisfaction, and improved employee performance and productivity. Could you go to the next slide? When we talk about that structural recommendation, we're talking about first establishing your DEI strategy. And I ask you to consider making that DEI strategy accessible, understandable, and readable, okay? And this is because your employees told us, in fact, 70% of them say that the DEI strategy is the foundation and they're looking for it. It's a roadmap. It helps you to see where you're going. It talks about your leadership commitment. It talks about your ownership and accountability. And it talks about the DEI initiatives that you have in place and are about to develop. And it puts them all together. And then you talk about governing the DEI strategy. Not all governances are alike. You will have to find the governance strategy that works for you. We are here to help you. And I could talk ad infinitum about the different types of governance structures. But the important thing I'm going to ask you to remember, when you develop a governance structure for DEI, make sure that this process has structure, it has accountability, and it has ownership. Please do not have a governance structure that is performative. And by that I mean, let's check the box. We did it. No, you want to make it real and you want to make it part of your culture. And then you will find data to measure that progress, and you will develop what I call a system of consequential accountabilities, which basically means if you don't execute it, there will be repercussions. And then we go into the inclusive culture recommendations, the behavioral recommendations, and there are 3. They focus on training, communications, and accountability at all levels. And when you think about it and look at it from a holistic point of view, it's change management. That's basically what it is. In terms of training with that learning environment, all we're saying to you is this. Please increase the awareness and educate your employees about the differences among them so that they respect, value, and appreciate those differences to move CalSTRS forward. In terms of holding people accountable, you always see in DEI strategies where people say, let's make the leadership accountable for DEIA. But if you want it to be a cultural phenomenon, everyone has to be accountable. And lastly, let's develop a DEI narrative. You're in a great place to confirm, control, and develop your DEI narrative. Tell your story. Tell your story about the positive things that are going on in DEI and how it is helping you to become an employer of choice. And now we're going to conclude with Kim just taking us through the next steps, and then we'd love to have a conversation about this presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Davida. As mentioned, the Phase 2 Design and Evolve is from October 2023 through April of 2024. The first step is really to review the current DEI initiatives within the context of the recommendations to really ensure alignment and priorities. The second step is to work with CalSTRS to create detailed action plans to support those 5 recommendations. So this means, again, we will look at current state, we will create inputs, outputs, expected outcomes, all applicable to the GDEIB benchmarks, and also identify gaps that would be addressed as well. And so we'll develop criteria to really determine which actions are meaningful and can be measured. The third step is to research DEI measures and metrics that really meet CalSTRS goals and priorities. And so just to give some examples of metrics, they might include looking at demographics across the employee life cycle, right? So that might include hiring, representation in the workforce, retention, internal talent mobility, and pipelines as well. Another example is looking at employee experience. We have a lot of data around employee experience. So looking at employee satisfaction, employee resource group participation or the development of one, accessibility and pay equity as well. And then lastly, an example could be around company representation as well. So looking at leadership, partnership, vendors, resources spent on DEI, and mentorship programs as well. And so these metrics really depend on the availability of the data, the accessibility of the data, and the accuracy. And so we will really select a mix of qualitative and quantitative metrics that really align with the goals and values and communicate those results regularly back to CalSTRS. And so we have really enjoyed working with CalSTRS thus far, and we are really, really looking forward to engaging through the next 2 phases. And so we'll pass it back to TJ to wrap us up.
Awesome. Thank you, Davida. Thank you, Kim. Members of the board, we have some time for answering any questions you might have, so I'll turn it back over to you all.
Mr. Gunn. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Davida, Kim, thank you. That was all good. What's the bad?
If by your question, what's the bad, you're asking what are the opportunities for improvement, then I would say to you.
I don't know.
No. I would say to you, there are always opportunities for improvement. And if you were to ask me a different way, where you would ask, what things should we work on? And I have 3, I do have 3. One is data. We need to make sure that you have access to data, to very good data. Why do I say that? Because the data is important to measure progress. We have to measure progress in DEI, otherwise no one knows what we're doing. And when we talk about data, it needs to be available, it needs to be accessible, and it needs to be accurate. And it's going to drive the type of KPIs and metrics that we will use. So I would say opportunities for improvement is in terms of data. That's number 1. Also,
So just data meaning hiring and number of employees?
Yes, it would be in the 3 categories that Kim mentioned.
Okay.
We talked about the demographics for the employee life cycle, right, employee experience. Another reason why I bring this up is because when we looked at the HR research that just came out for 2023 DEI trends, they talked about the fact that 80% of the organizations are struggling with data in terms of DEI. CalSTRS is not any different. We just have to make sure that we have that data available. The second opportunity, or the second trend in terms of what's the bad or what's to improve, has to do with pay equity, okay? Pay equity has become a very big trend for DEI. And that's one of the things, of course, you would have to look at from a CalSTRS point of view. What does pay equity look like? And number 3 has to do, And number 3 has to do with the whole idea of learning and development. Learning and development, okay? When we looked at the HR research trends for 2023, they mentioned the fact that only about 30% of organizations really have I would say, a very consistent application of DEI training and the ability to use that training to see behavioral changes. And what we want to work on with CalSTRS is to develop a training program where you actually see the behavioral changes and hold everyone accountable. I think that's a really great way to demonstrate that CalSTRS is an employer of choice. What I like about working with CalSTRS is that people are open to those kinds of conversations. And you have a lot of DEI initiatives already underway in these areas. It's just a matter of us pulling all of those initiatives together under your DEI strategy and tracking them, Michael. You good? Okay, thanks.
No, he's bad.
Any other questions, comments, feedback from members of the board? I want to thank you for the report, the presentation. I apologize for missing the start of it. I received a text message from my daughter. Everything is fine, but that's the only reason I stepped out. You mentioned the importance of return on investment. I couldn't help but think, of the value of being part of a inclusive culture. Can you quantify the cost of exclusion?
Wow, that's great.
What's the cost of exclusion in 2024?
I can't put a number, and quantify, of course, means a number. But I can talk about the impact of exclusion. The impact of exclusion directly relates to what I talked about earlier in terms of the business value. If you don't have inclusion, then you don't have innovation. You don't have creativity. You don't even have diverse conversations. Everyone looks like you. What you want is diversity. People should not run away from diversity because diversity means that people bring everything to the table and you want to hear it. I would say to you that the biggest risk in exclusion is the fact that you will put your organization at risk. You will put your organization at risk in terms of recruitment, in terms of getting the best talent possible, in terms of having conversations about how to identify risk. Because when everyone looks like you, they're going to talk like you. They're going to think like you, and you don't want that. I believe that leaders are responsible for making sure that their organization can be the best that it can be. And in order for that organization to be better and to do better, you need to be aware of the importance of diversity and embrace it instead of running away from it. That was a great question, and I'm sorry that I'm just going into, a sermon on it, but I believe in that. And I think—
So do I.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. The reason why I brought up social ROI, though, is exactly why you brought up that question. There is a lot of concern about the return on investment for DEI. And I understand that. It's business. I'm used to running a business myself. I get that. I think that as we go through the development of these recommendations, it would be nice to find one or two key initiatives where we could talk about a social ROI and come back and tell you how we can quantify it. Why is that important? Because as things change outside of this organization, and you all know what I am referring to, it's important to be able to speak that language about the business value as it relates to DEI. And I think it would be in our interest to be innovative and to think about using a social ROI for one or two of these initiatives. But that's groundbreaking, okay? And that's something that I would like to chat with you all about at a later time.
Well, if my colleagues agree and our leadership agrees, let's break some ground together.
I'm all for that.
And CalSTRS is a great place because of its people.
Right.
And we're all works in progress. But I hope that we can lead with curious minds, compassionate hearts, and open arms, where all are welcome to the mission and the purpose, if you so choose to be part of this journey. So, as the leaders of the board, getting to work with Cassandra and our great team, your data brings back, I think you said, this is This is good.
Is that what I
This is
said?
this is good. This is impressive. Let's build on the momentum.
Right.
I'm committed to that. Ms. Cohen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for their presentation and your thoughtful approach. Mr. Chair, your question was an interesting one. I think it definitely threw the panel as well as your colleagues. I appreciate that creative thinking approach to problem solving. And I made a note in my notes to talk about return on investment. And you asked the cost of exclusion. One of the things that we do know from benchmarking is that when you include, we know the cost of inclusion, and our investment team can certainly back us up. And I think Jennifer Urdan would actually knows statistically, when you have a more diverse investment team, better investments are made, particularly when you add women. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm specifically speaking about when you add women into the mix. But to keep in theme, also adding communities of color, I think, statistically speaking, when you add women, portfolios grow. So perhaps there's a way, if we were able to benchmark adding women to the investment mix, we can also add diversity as an index. So I'm looking at our investment team to just collectively how we begin to figure this out. What are the indexes that are used? And I don't know, maybe there's a university that has already done this level of work. Maybe they're in Charlotte or Chapel Hill, or I have no idea. They're in Northern Virginia. So the cost of exclusion, I mean, that just sounds like an interesting white paper and an interesting way to address this particular quagmire of diversity, equity, inclusion. I wanted to know if so we are a fund that invests teachers' salaries to pay them in their retirement. So we are really maniacally focused on the bottom line. How do we grow? And that has to also do with whom do we invest in to help us grow? So I'm thinking about what the market calls emerging managers and what that program looks like. I sit on CalSTRS and CalPERS, and the amount of money that we invest with minority-owned firms, and I use that as that's the popular vernacular, is minuscule compared to the amount of money that we have in the fund. And I wanted to just kind of make the connection of the work and the benchmarking that you have done has, in my mind, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, deals with like a softer skill set, deals with the environment, deals with hiring. And you said something in the beginning of the presentation that it needs to be in the DNA. And so if something needs to be in the DNA, then that also needs to be, in my mind, it has to be a part of our business arm and our business element, right? I'm saying universal nods. And so that needs to be not only reflective in our governance structure, but also in our investment strategy. And so, okay, good. I'm glad to see the chief DEI in agreement. Okay. How do we, I would be looking over time, we can develop this too, is how do we develop investment strategies to begin to help us increase our return on our investment so that we're honoring our diversity, equity, inclusion commitment, but it's paying attention to or honoring culture and community, but also the bottom line. That's a long way to ask a question. And Michael Gunning, I'm looking at you because I think you're kind of chairing up and heading that effort. With that said, I just want to recognize our state superintendent, Tony Thurman, has joined us today, and he has also an excellent follow-up question.
Thank you, Madam Controller, and I'm sure we'll recognize Superintendent Thurman. Welcome, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you through the chair and to my distinguished colleague. Thank you for the presentation. I had the chance to hear it while sitting in the rear of the room, and I appreciate the comparison to other workplaces where you say often when the employees say how they feel that it's in the 50s and sometimes lower percentages, and that this is a place that's higher. I'm grateful for that, and want us to climb and do more. But I'm grateful that we are above the curve and that we continue to be so, because people should feel good about where they work. They should feel that they have opportunities to be supported, that they have opportunities to be promoted, and that nothing else will be respected. And so I'm grateful for that. Similar to the controller's question, this is really a question for, I think, for us internally and for our staff, is how do we show an equity in how the dollars of this institution get spent, with whom we contract, and really in the investment world. We know that many companies will come to CalSTRS and CalPERS to say, we want money, we want the opportunity to support a startup or to support a business that will be ultimately profitable for our pensioners. I'd like to hear from our staff your thoughts about our how we're doing in that way when it comes to the fund and how, as an investment, your reflections from the standpoint of DEI. And I'll be honest with you, I got contacted by a business person in Oakland just a few weeks ago, and he said, I've been doing business, this person's in construction and real estate, and they said they've been doing business for ultimately 30, 40 years. And they said, I still don't know how to get support from CalSTRS or CalPERS. And I didn't have an answer, but I know that our staff does. And I'd like to hear your perspectives about our DEI approach as it relates to how these dollars get invested in companies that will ultimately become part of the fund. Do we have a percentage of what you might call DEI companies? Do we have a percentage of what that is? And do we know, I know that CalSTRS is very competitive. We always talk about how we're much better than CalPERS. But do we have I would like to know what our metric is compared to other investment funds in other states, and then our metric for ourselves, because I'm assuming that that metric is very low in other states. And how do we set a metric for ourselves? Because what I also appreciated about the presentation, how did you say? What is measured gets done. And you know, I took that to heart. And so I'd like to know, do we know what the metric is in this portfolio? And as we think about our future strategic plan and our work, how do we set a metric for ourselves to go even further?
So with that, those series of questions, I think are certainly relevant and pertinent. At the same time, I realize that this DE&I work is within the board itself. And what I want Mr. Ailman to respond.
Okay.
Because he's been here for over 20 years and has context in terms of the topic that you're raising, the issues that are raising, which are relevant in so much, and our fiduciary responsibilities, et cetera. There's lots of pieces to this puzzle. Who's managing the capital on behalf of CalSTRS, who those firms are, et cetera. That really falls under the purview of the investment committee. But we have Mr. Ailman here, so I want Chris to respond without this going into an investment committee discussion.
High level.
And moving away from the guidehouse.
High level, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
much. And I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
While this is focused on our internal practices, as I understand DEI, what you say reflects not just internally and what you do externally as well. There's a nexus. And if we say we're 70% here, but we're 2% externally, there's a nexus. And so I'm not looking for an investment committee report, but at a high level, I think that this is an opportunity to have a conversation about the values that we reflect in this organization on behalf of our pensioners.
Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Ailman.
Sure, you bet. For the record, Christopher Ailman, Chief Investment Officer for the fund, 23 years, but who's counting? I know, I'm a numbers guy.
Did Brady play 23 years?
I knew it, Tom Brady.
He just called you the GOAT.
So to answer your question, sir, the answer to your question, sir, is yes. You are going to get an investment committee report. The retirement board and the investment committee set DE&I as one of its top 2 work plan projects for this year. And you're going to have a panel tomorrow from our actual investment managers at Workforce about DE&I. We have been at what I'll call emerging, for lack of a better term, since 2002. And that was the restriction of Prop 209. Emerging obviously only means small or new. And we measure that, and we have for years. And you're right, that number, the controller pointed out, is pretty de minimis. We don't do business with a lot of new firms, but we have added programs in every asset class to do business with new firms. And I'd be happy to talk to the developer or whatever, because we have opened it up, certainly on trade contractors. We even have business card and a website for construction. And then on developments, we've got business partners up and down the state. You are going to get a report, not tomorrow, but coming up on exactly, because now we've finally been able to have the committee adopt a definition of diverse, and we are measuring that within all of our managers, and you will get a number. I don't know where it will be. I'm sure I will be disappointed, as you highlighted. We're not sure. We know our peers. I will tell you right off the bat, Illinois is far ahead. They have a legislative definition of diversity and a mandate for those funds in Illinois. Their numbers are close to 20 and growing to 30%. New York and California are the next two leading states. Our numbers are generally below 10%. The board and the committee haven't set a rigid number on that, but they have set goals. And that's the whole part. We have a long-term business plan on DE&I and investments. We've updated that twice. We started it in about 2007, I'm going to say. And that's part of our goal with this work project this year, is to come back and update that again and set goals and efforts for diversity, recognizing that when you talk about diversity of a money manager, those are generally sole proprietors that are diversely owned. A lot of our money managers are public, and a lot of them are big. And again, half the assets are internally managed. I would love to show you that team, because your team is diverse. You own it. So I think, that matters a bit. But of our external managers, how many are diverse or not? And that's another number that we want to now be hard on measuring and reporting and tracking and asking those questions of big firms and small firms. What are you doing about DE&I and promoting best practices? So long answer, but we're going to answer your questions. I don't have everything right now today, but we are gathering that this year. And we are required by the legislature and you to produce a diversity report every year on the investment program, and that'll be coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when you do report on those examples that you highlighted in other states, Illinois and elsewhere, will you also share with us what the return on investment was? Because from my standpoint, these dollars should be used in ways that reflect DEI values. But at the end of the day, we have a bottom line to meet for those that we represent. And I believe that that can be done in a way, those investments can be done in a way that reflects the DEI principles and be competitive for the people that we represent. And support communities that may not have had opportunities, and that can create jobs and stimulate economic development. And we all know that it's needed. So I'm interested in the future. But as we close on this, if you thought of one thing that's been a barrier to how states get their numbers up at a higher level, could you say what that is? Or if something comes to mind, if not, we can take that.
No, real quick in California, Prop 209 and definitions, lack of legal clarity about what we can track or not, how we can make decisions. And then historically, it's been our procurement process, I would say, in the state, because prior to a couple of years ago, we were required to use the same process Caltrans uses to buy cement. And that didn't prove very helpful to people. Our RFPs would literally take somebody over a day to complete, and small firms don't have that resource. Now we have a new system and a new ability for you to move much more nimbly. The thing I would encourage you is your asset allocation is going to be different than the Illinois funds, because I know them pretty well. They're very, very, very underfunded, so they have really different asset allocations. But you can absolutely compare at the asset class level, PE to PE, global equity to global equity, and that will help.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Superintendent Thurman. Any other questions from the board, comments, thoughts? Terrific. Crystal, anything else that you want to wrap up with? Seeing none, I want to thank the panelists for the presentation, the thought provocation, and the continued progress. Mr. Prasant.
Just one comment. I want to commend our CEO also for being a leader on this issue. And as one of the first acknowledgments of what we're doing was a quotation from her strategic plan, which I think was characterized as aggressive and bold. And there's something to that extent. I'm not as articulate as you are, Davida. But thank you very much for your leadership on this.
Well said, Mr. Prasant. I see the Controller Cohn, you're back in?
Okay, I'm back in. So on the screen, we have phase 2, which are the next steps. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit, like what is that going to be required of this body and of the staff?
A couple of things. We've already started to talk to TJ about that and Crystal. Number one, in terms of the action plans, there will be an action plan for each recommendation. So there are 5 recommendations, 5 action plans. They're very detailed, very complex. And we are asking for POCs for each one of those recommendations. In other words, we need the POC for learning and development. We need the POC for communication. Because we have to work directly.
What's a PLC?
Point of contact.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
POC.
POC. I told you I have laryngitis.
Okay. And that maybe a little drawl in there too.
That's right, there is a drawl.
My California ears.
Northern Virginia, okay. Anyway, the reason why we're asking for a POC for each one of these recommendations is because of the fact that we have to work closely with CalSTRS to make sure that the recommendations are solution-oriented for CalSTRS. It's not a cookie cutter approach. It's developing those recommendations that match CalSTRS organization. And so there will be a lot of activity going back and forth, very similar to what we did in phase 1. That's what we will need from CalSTRS. And then the second part is looking at the industry DEI measures. As I've said before, and I always say it in my presentations, not all DEI measures are the same. Not all of them are applicable, and we have to make sure that we find the ones that match you, that match your organization, and are meaningful for you. Did you have anything else to add? That's great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you for being. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to item 11 here in person or on the phone?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Brian. That's good.
We like it.
Item 12 is the leasing strategy. This is 15 minutes on the waterfront, 100 waterfront. Alyssa?
No.
Well, I don't know about following that act.
Exactly.
From DEI to leasing strategy. We'll try our best.
Leasing strategy. Cool.
Good afternoon. Melissa Norsha, Chief Administrative Officer at CalSTRS, and also responsible for the Facilities Management Division. I, along with Lisa Blatnick and Facilities Management Leadership, partner with and meet regularly with JLL, our real estate brokerage, to assess leasing opportunities at 100 Waterfront Place. Now, typically, you all have received updates during board meetings in the CEO report, and we're going to recommend that we continue providing those updates to you on a quarterly basis in the CEO report. Today, though, staff and JLL are going to dive into some of the details about our leasing approach, how we attract tenants to 100 Waterfront Place. We're going to share some of the proposals that we've received and how we assess those proposals, outreach that we're presently engaged in. And then Alexis is going to walk us through some potential scenarios that present themselves when leasing floor space at 100 Waterfront Place. Joining me for this update is Jeff Isham. He's our Director of Facilities Management. Alexis Garrett with JLL, who is our real estate brokerage partner. And Greg Levi is in the audience. I saw him come in. He's also a partner with CalSTRS on this effort. And Don Palmieri, who is a portfolio manager in our real estate division. Over the years, we have touched base with our real estate investment team on our leasing efforts for 100 Waterfront Place. More recently, though, we've connected more closely with our real estate team, Julie Donegan, as well as Mike DeRay, to gain their insight into our leasing strategy and understand some of the common experiences that they're having in this commercial real estate market space. So with that, I will pause my comments. I'm going to hand it over to Jeff for a couple comments, and then Alexis is going to lead us in a presentation.
Excellent. Jeff Isham, Director of Facilities Management. As you know, we're always asked to wear many hats here at CalSTRS, and currently I'm being fitted for the landlord hat. So in anticipation of this new hat, we have this amazing team that's been helping to try and lease out the tower as we plan to move in March. So hopefully today you understand our approach, can ask questions about our strategy, feel comfortable with getting quarterly updates in the CEO report moving forward. So, Alexis.
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, board members. Thank you. I'd like to start just by saying thanks for having us this afternoon. And we, JLL, your commercial real estate partners, we are over 4 years into this project and remain very committed to the success of it. We are working in a very challenging environment, which I will go through here in a moment, but we remain very committed to seeing this through. And I have 3 parts to our update for you this afternoon. I will review the brief overview of the market, as well as some recent transactions that have occurred throughout the market, just to give you an idea of the types of deals that are transacting. And also examples of a few different scenarios and a look at how we're evaluating deals as we are responding to proposals, and also the costs associated with leasing. So with that, here is our Waterfront Place activity dashboard. This may look familiar to you. We update this on a quarterly basis. And I think I'll start by saying that when we first started on this project, the market looked quite different than it does today. Vacancy downtown was at about 5%. There were no large blocks of space available over 10,000 square feet. The state of California was very active at that time. They were also building their planned campuses. In total, about 3 million square feet had been planned to be built and has since been built. But they were still very active at that time and leasing space in private sector buildings. Of course, today, things have changed, and work from home is now the norm. State of California is relatively inactive in the market. And the visual depiction you see across the top of the screen is the skyline for downtown. You can see Waterfront Place there on the left-hand side. And the red is the vacant available space. The large blocks of red are areas where the state has relocated out of those private sector buildings into their newly built campuses. And the purple is the future available space that will be coming in the spring here at Waterfront Place. Overall, vacancy in the skyline is at about 20%. Once the vacancy at Waterfront Place hits the market, that's going to increase to about 23%. Moving down into the bottom right hand side of the page, last year we experienced negative 700,000 square feet of absorption. That caps 13 consecutive quarters of negative absorption in our market. What that means is the lack of demand. So while 20% vacancy doesn't look terrible, and it's worse in some submarkets, such as Highway 50, where we're nearing 40% vacant. The lack of demand is what's become so challenging in our market. I like to call out that Capitol Mall is doing slightly better than the rest of the downtown skyline. And that's due in part to the flight to quality trend. And that's something that we have presented on in our previous presentations where we talked about the types of trends that are occurring in the market. And that really benefits what we have available here at Waterfront Place. Tenants are looking to be in buildings that are highly amenitized, that have great parking, that are LEED certified, and the list continues to grow for the types of things that tenants are looking for. But it exists in the newer, higher quality office buildings that really you find along Capitol Mall. And then the bottom left, there is our building, and we have over 200 direct targeted marketing to our high-value targets. We've had 44 tenant discussions regarding the building, 15 tours, and we currently have 2 active negotiations. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those when I go through the sample scenarios. But they're very different in that one is for a law firm and longer-term lease, very significant tenant improvement allowance. The other deal is for a school district, and it's a shorter-term opportunity. They are looking for short-term and would remain or would be able to keep this space largely as is. So again, we'll go into that in a little bit more detail here shortly. Thank you. So moving on, we felt to provide some context about the types of deals and the activity that's happening in the market, we would share with you what has occurred here. So this is the largest leases in Sacramento over the last 18 months. I would be happy to go through each one of these, but I think the high level is it's the types of tenants that are active are law firms, education, medical office users, and then also the state of California. I'll just call out the top 3, and all of the public sector deals are highlighted in red. The top 3, those are agencies that have relocated into the newly built campuses, and a number of these deals we did pursue. From this list, we made it to the final round of negotiation with number 19 HDR there for a full floor. They ultimately went to another building because of the costs of construction, and the other building was willing to do their tenant improvements out of pocket, turnkey at no cost to the tenant. So if there are not any questions about the transactions, we can move on to the scenarios. And so actually, if you wouldn't mind clicking through, we have 3 different scenarios to review with you to provide you with a sample of how we evaluate the proposals. But I wanted to first touch on the costs associated with leasing. And this is something that we have recently, we've been working to understand the costs, and now we have a good understanding that in order for us to lease space, we're going to need to create a multi-tenant office building. And so those costs are the top 2 here. The ADA upgrade costs, $3 million estimate, and the multi-tenant upgrade costs, an additional $4 million. The third item there, the common area corridor, that would be if we were to create a multi-tenant floor where we would lease smaller chunks of space. So if we were to put in a corridor, we know it would cost about $2.5 million. And then we also have identified the cost to convert floors back to the CalSTRS standard after the lease end. So at some future date, the cost to convert the floors back and the per floor cost is around $3 million. So, and then just bottom left corner there, that's our operating expenses for the building. I thought that would be important to include as we look through these different scenarios because those are annual numbers.
The monthly on a square footage basis is about $1.74 a square foot. So that's the cost of operating your building, whether or not you are leasing space or not. But when we do lease space, we like to try to attribute some of those costs back to back into the lease. So if you want to click back to the first scenario. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so this is an example for a law firm, and this isn't the final deal, but this is just give you a sense of the square footage, the length of lease term, the monthly starting rent, the annual increases, the free rent, which is market now for concessions, is 1 year of a free rent per year of term. Sorry. Thank you. 1 month of free rent per year of term. So 10 months free on a 10-year deal. And then parking, $65 per stall. We can provide a ratio of 2 per 1,000. So 2 stalls for every 1,000 square feet leased. So for this particular example, the total rent coming in would be over $10 million. We have some leasing costs, the tenant improvement allowance, as I mentioned. This was a very significant TI to build it out as a law firm. They estimated they would need around $100 per square foot. The cost probably would exceed that, but for the sake of this example, so $2.5 million towards the tenant improvement allowance. The commission, that would include the commission to the procuring broker, but that's where how brokers are paid, and so that gets you down to the gross rent number of just under $7.5 million. Well, that looks really great. Then just when we review the other leasing costs and also back out operating expenses, and really it's not we can't do a straight deduct for operating expenses because you're going to continue to have operating expenses whether or not you're leasing floors. But if we deduct OpEx, the total rent number is somewhere in the $5 to $6 million range. Then we back out the tenant improvement costs and the leasing commissions, and the gross rent number, or sorry, the net rent number is closer to $1.5 to $2 million range. The parking income is not addressed in this analysis because we don't know how many parking stalls a tenant might take. If they were to take all of the ratio, they would have that would attribute an extra $390,000 towards for parking over the 10-year period. If you want to flip to the next one. So scenario 2, this is this was an example of for the school district. And much different deal, as I'd shared. They were very limited budget, and so this example is also for a full floor, a shorter term lease, much lower starting rent, but they did not require any tenant improvements. So you can see the difference here in the gross rent number. Also lower leasing commissions. There's no procuring broker on that side of the school district. And so when we back out operating expenses for this one, the net of the rent is somewhere in the $300,000 to $500,000 range. And then finally, we have a scenario for a partial floor, and bear in mind, this is with, this would include the cost to put in a multi-tenant corridor. This example just shows a 10,000 square foot lease over a 7-year period. Same $295 starting rate, 3% annual increases. And again, when we back out the operating expenses out of that total rent number, the total rent is somewhere in the $1.1 to $1.2 million range. And then when we also deduct the tenant improvement allowances and commissions, the net rent is somewhere in the $500,000 to $700,000 range. So You might be asking, so what is the right deal to make? And we've learned a lot about the costs associated with catering to private sector tenants and the cost for the build out. They're exceeding over $100 per square foot. So I had put together an example scenario. It's not included in the presentation here, but the right or the ideal tenant would be one like the state of California, where the lease would be a shorter term lease for 4 years firm with a 4-year extension, ideally for multiple floors, and lower cost of TIs, so that there isn't the significant outlay in costs and less cost to convert the floor back at the end of the term. So in summary, the market remains extremely challenging. There is a lot of competition in the market. We are pursuing every and all deal that's in the market. We also know the right type of deal to make, and we're going to continue to pursue all of them.
Thank you. Don, are you going to comment now, or you're just there to answer questions?
I was going to ask him if he wanted to.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I don't have anything prepared, as most of you are going to answer questions. However, I came into this late. They've been working on this for a while, and CalSTRS, of course, has a very large office portfolio across the country. And
you've led.
Yeah, and I was here, I started in 2008, so 2008 to 2010 was tough. This is, for leasing office space, this is even tougher. I mean, if our job was to go outside and shoot an elk, and there are elk out there, we might bring you back an elk, and their job is to go out and bag some tenants. They're not there, so they're doing everything they should be doing. The team, Jeff and Alexis and Greg Levi, they're doing everything they should be doing. The struggle across the country to find tenants is real. The things that this building has going for it, it's a great building with conference facilities and the building and the cafeteria and the parking. All those things are good, and there is a flight to quality. But Sacramento it just does not have the activity of tenants in the market yet. So you can't sign a lease if the tenants aren't there. On top of that, this building was built for a single user. So to convert it to a multi-tenant operation, it's not that easy. It's expensive. By the time you do that, it almost doesn't make sense with the tenant improvements you have to pay. So it's a tough assignment, and hopefully a school district or a government user may come along that can use some of the space pretty much as is. But I don't think the team has seen that yet.
Right. So before we get to questions, Don, for you specifically, since you speak to some of the leading minds in real estate in the world, you and the team do, have you asked them what they would do if they had the building and you looked at the economics? Does it make sense at these numbers? Or does it make sense to say, in 5 years or in 3 years, it's going to cost you a little bit of money, but we've got a long time horizon. It's going to cost us some money now, but this region's going to change. No one has a crystal ball, but
we've had some of our best office partners come through and look at the floors, and nobody has a magical answer solution yet. So there's no great suggestion. It doesn't make sense to put a lot of money in to start subdividing floors, again, if the demand's not there and you can't recover those costs. It just doesn't make sense. Getting employees and companies to get employees back into the office, that slowly seems to be happening, but we're not, in California, we're not really there yet. So I think this is going to take time and patience.
Let me get... There's Bill, Karen, and then Jennifer. So we'll start with Mr. Prasant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, and it was on the screen briefly, what is the operating cost of that space if it were just to remain empty?
400 grand.
I don't know that we have that number.
I guess what I'm getting at is net for $300,000 to $500,000.
Right.
I don't know if that takes into account if we wanted to take the space back and how it might have to be, redone, so to speak. What's the strategy here? Because this is, I wasn't here when the decision was made. It seems to me that a long-term tenant, with a number of floors in this building, when, we're the master tenant, probably isn't ideal except for one user, as you break it up. I mean, that's intuitive. I have no background, but that's intuitive. And so, I'm wondering, what's the strategy here? How are we gonna, approach this so that we don't get ourselves in a position where we're netting absolutely nothing and we're going into the hole? So, that's something I hope somebody's looking at that.
Well, I'll just start by saying our top prospect from the get-go was the state of California, and that continues to be our top prospect because they can utilize space largely as is. And for the reasons I outlined, they could take down multiple floors. They have more flexible lease terms. They would likely benefit from the existing furniture in the space. So, that they really are, they're the right fit for us.
That's a Boone and Crockett elk. That's one of those Boone and Crockett elks. That's one of the absolute massive set of horns, it seems to me.
So we do continue to get inquiries from DGS about the building. The campuses, they built 3 buildings downtown that are now completed and that are full. The campus on Richards Boulevard is a large space. It's about 1 million square feet. And there has been some musical chairs since COVID with the agencies downsizing, needing less space. So the original sequencing plan that DGS put out back almost 10 years ago has changed a bit. But the tenants now that are being asked to go to Richards Boulevard are coming to us because they would prefer to come to Waterfront Place instead of Richards Boulevard. So in our minds, we're a very small footprint. At most, we have 175,000 feet, depending on how many floors you might end up taking back one. So somewhere between 150 to 175,000 feet. That could be taken in 1 to 2 agencies. And so while the outlook is bleak when you look at it overall, we do feel like we're very well suited for the state of California.
Thanks.
Ms. Yamamoto, then Mr. Dan, and then Mr. Gunning.
Lisa had her hand up on it.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make
Thank
one
you,
comment.
Karen.
To your point, Bill, we have a very thorough analysis that we've done as to when CalSTRS needs the space back. So when the board made the decision to build the second building, it was based on a financial analysis with the idea that we would lease as much space as we could within the existing building as we moved people out. The goal at the time was really hopefully to maybe have 2 or 3 tenants that were taking up multiple floors. Obviously, that was going to be the best, but it was really staggering term lengths, right? You have somebody that's coming in for 5 years, and then after 5 years, CalSTRS would take those floors back. So we had a huge analysis that was done. So I don't want to leave you with the fact that we don't have a strategy, because we do.
Yeah, but that was the strategy based, when the decision was originally made back
Exactly.
in 2015, wasn't
Right.
it?
No.
So I mean, have you revisited with new set of facts?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we have. So now we know that the idea of maybe just having one tenant in the building is not going to come to fruition. And so we still have to input the needs of CalSTRS to be able to claw that space back. So what does it look like now as far as the timing of how many floors can be available for how long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're still in the process of developing that analysis?
Oh, no, we have an analysis
When you're gonna need it?
of when we're going to need it, yeah. Yeah. Based on our growth rate. So, we have a really good idea of what our growth rate is, so.
So who's we?
So Karen,
Okay.
you have the
All right.
floor.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess mine is just a regular, like a renter's kind of a question. Since it's out there and you've talked to prospective tenants and you've given them a price, has there any consideration been to lower the price of rental or whatever? So that, it might be like a sale going on or something? Because it's been so long since we've heard about this. So what's your response to that?
Yes, we have gotten very aggressive on recent proposals, but we also want to make sure that we don't make a bad deal.
Right.
And you could see quickly how the numbers, you could get into the negative if you offered too much improvements and the rate wasn't the right rate. So we are looking very closely at those numbers and the way we analyze any particular opportunity. And we have gotten much more aggressive. The example being the school district, where we knew that they had a very limited budget, and we did our best to try to work within what we knew that they could. And we're still waiting to hear back from them. So that's very active. We will hopefully have a response back or some feedback back end of this week.
Okay, and I just have one more
Please, you have the
issue.
floor, Karen.
And then I was just wondering, the building has a lot of amenities or a lot of things that the tenants could have exposure to. Has that been discussed as far as the possibility of those amenities being used?
Absolutely. Yes. Again, the school district, as an example, when we started our conversation with them, they thought they would need close to 40,000 square feet. A lot of that square footage was for meeting space and training rooms. And we said, well, wait a minute, we have all that here that you can use as an amenity. And they were able to look at their space requirements and were able to determine they could fit on a single floor of 25,000. So yes, we are marketing that heavily. And they really are some of the best amenities in the market.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Gunning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every day I look out at the Natural Resources building that was gutted, and it's something going on, and I think there's a similar building at Q and 9th that the state is gutting, and one, what are they doing, and then is this factored in with all the other building and space available in the town?
Yes, so that's the state moving forward with their sequencing plan, and it has changed and as to which tenants are going where or which agencies are going where. The gutted building, the old resources building, EDD will be relocating from their location on Capitol Mall. Those buildings, and this is new and changed the whole program and the series of where everyone is going. There's 3 buildings on Capitol Mall that Governor Newsom had identified to convert to housing. So that's one of them. Previously, they had talked about converting that into an office building, but that plan is no more. It'll be housing at some point, and EDD is going to that building. The 9th and Q building, I don't know the agency that's going there, but another just, the moving parts continue. DGS, which is currently in a leased building, it's your neighbor here on 3rd Street. They will be moving to Richards Boulevard. Excuse me. So it's Board of Equalization at 450 N Street. They will be relocating to Richards Boulevard, and then they'll renovate 450 N Street, and DGS will move to 450 N Street over the next, call it 3 to 4 years. So this is continuing to evolve, and we do feel optimistic. The DGS is now coming back 2 days a week. I believe that's as of January, beginning of the year here. And we're hopeful that as leadership, it starts at the top, that then other agencies will follow suit with bringing their people back more frequently on a weekly basis. And the agencies that have downsized, that are now sharing space, which was the directive they were given from COVID to downsize, optimize, and have gone to desk sharing, which has worked when they're only going in 1 day a week. Well, when they start coming back in more frequently, that might create some need for additional growth in those other agencies.
Mr. Chair, that's the challenge, Bill. I think that's what you're talking about is as the state tries to figure out what they're going to do, we're sort of stuck in the middle, right? And there's other space available. It's frustrating. It's hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Mr. Dan?
Thank you, and I think a lot of my questions have been answered, but I just want to wrap it with a question. Is there anything else that our external, internal team of real experts can be doing to ensure that we have flexible thinking, pragmatic thinking, to optimize the long-term value of this great asset, but also while minimizing the carrying cost to the extent possible and mitigating the big risks?
I don't think they're missing anything, the team that's actively working on it. And one thing you would point to is, are we missing something, is if there were a bunch of green marks on those buildings where other deals had gotten done, tenants that could have come here but wound up across the street. Not seeing a lot of that. You really need the state and other users to start getting more active. And then if we're not capturing some of those, then it's a fair question. Why are we not capturing some of those tenants that are landing in other places? I don't think the team's missing anything, honestly.
Just to be clear, I wouldn't expect, it's a dynamic market, so we've got to be careful not to do the wrong sale, if you will. But so anyway, Lisa's got her hand.
Yeah, and if I could just add, the leasing market is tough right now, and we realize that. And when the building is actually, when the new building is actually occupied and we have vacant space within the building, not that we haven't even already thought about it, but we really are looking at temporary uses.
Yeah.
I think the state, especially with not having places for people to come back when they come back to the building, to the buildings that they left when they left to go home from COVID, there's going to be some training needs, there's going to be some conference space needs, and we want to really make sure that we're marketing our building for that as well, which will give us not long-term lease revenue, but give us some rental income that we can utilize and put back in the fund. So that's really what our goal is to make sure that we're marketing the space with DGS, we're meeting with all of the high-level authorities within the city of West Sacramento to let them know that we have this space available for that purpose.
Great.
So that is really something that we're looking to do as these conditions continue to be kind of difficult.
Thank you, Donna and Lisa. Thank you.
Okay, flexible, pragmatic, dynamic thinking about the future use of our building. It's a great building, it's a great location. We'll find them. But I think flexibility around our thinking is key. I trust that you're getting the best thoughts and thinking about the building and how to occupy it for the long-term benefit. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a short break? I know we're running a little bit behind. We'll come back at 5 after 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start with item 13, Pension Solution Project Update. We're taking turns. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashish Jain, Chief Technology Officer. Today, Anthony and Chris will provide you the update, what the progress we made since we met last time. I'm just happy to report, even the holidays and the COVID, our team made a lot of good progress. So Anthony, maybe.
All right. Thanks, Ashish. Good afternoon, members of the board. Anthony Sweeney, Pension Solution Project Director. I'm here to provide the latest update on our Pension Solution Project. Now that most of our major contract and budget items are behind us, we can focus mainly on the current project statuses and our progress. to get us to Destination Go Live. Hopefully you all got your stickers. Thanks, Ken, for passing these out. Great, Denise. So my update today will cover some human resources activities that are balancing workloads across the project team. I'll share some additional responsibility matrices that outline the roles and responsibilities of our new implementation support services vendors that are working alongside our CalSTRS and Sagitech teams. And I'll acknowledge the work of our employer readiness team and the activities they are engaging in with our employers. And then I'll share our project metrics and an update on our current budget status. Lastly, I'll provide some information on our independent verification and validation services vendor contract that you will have before you for approval later today. So we're making great progress with filling positions on our project team. During our interim services period in fiscal year 22-23, we strategically addressed resource gaps by enhancing our team structure and capacity across all our teams, including project management, transformation readiness, business, and technical. Part of this effort was adding our implementation support services vendors who started in November, but also filling critical state roles that have significantly boosted staff morale and directly contributed to the heightened success of our project. So we're happy to report to date we have filled 15 of those 19 positions, and the remaining 4 positions are in various stages of recruitment to be filled. So next, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the work of our employer readiness team. Our employers are a key stakeholder for our project, as you know, and the submission of payroll data is really the lifeblood of the benefits lifecycle. In 2019, there was a soft launch of the employer readiness environment where our 93 individual reporting entities that submit data for over 1,800 reporting units could transmit test files and get familiar with the new employer reporting portal. Since then, over 500 contribution files have been uploaded and analyzed by our employer readiness team. As a result of that analysis and feedback, over 160 employer-related defects were identified and resolved, and nearly 40 enhancements suggested by the employers were implemented. Additional ideas and enhancements have also been collected by the team for further consideration to improve the employer experience. And while the employer activity has been quiet over the last couple of years, the team has begun to re-engage our employers as we embarked on the new project schedule. 2 webinars were held this fall to formally notify employers of the new go-live date, encourage additional testing of files, and collect any additional questions or feedback they may have had. The reporting sources are being offered personalized employer visits for knowledge refreshers and to provide additional information on training that is available, and to meet with any of their software vendors that may be developing files on behalf of our reporting entities. I was able to attend both the webinars, and the employers were very appreciative of the information, the level of engagement of our team, and the services that are being provided. This team is led by Jeff Zimmer and John Hammond, and a group of team members that are dedicated to making the employer experience the best it can be. We have several members of the team members in the audience today, so I'd like to ask them to stand and be recognized. Bill, Nick, Mike, John, thank you. Appreciate it. Next, I wanted to share the additional responsibility matrices we developed for each of the work streams where we've augmented our team with implementation support services vendors. Since we onboarded our vendors in November, they have been integrating with our project teams to understand the current state of the project and the activities needed to complete. They've hit the ground running and helped us identify the activities and roles for their respective work streams. At our last board meeting, I presented this matrix that represented the various activities for the project management office and which group had the primary responsibility for the activity and who had a contributory role identified by the shaded teal box. Just because a box is clear doesn't mean they don't contribute in that area, but it is not a main role for the team. A responsibility matrix is a project standard and best practice, and yourselves and other governance groups on the project seem to respond well to this matrix and this simplified view. So we developed one for each of the other 4 work streams that I wanted to share. This one is for our testing work stream. On many of these work streams, you may see the first activity has to do with some type of strategic planning. The CalSTRS team has already done a significant amount of strategy development over the course of the project, but these vendors were brought in primarily because of their experience on large-scale implementation projects. So now the strategic planning and review of our current strategies have shifted to the vendor to provide input and advice. Then their focus will shift to supporting us on various activities CalSTRS remains responsible for because of our system and business knowledge. This is strongly the case for our testing vendor who's focused on strategic planning. For business transition, there are more primary responsibilities placed on this vendor due to the experience of their team in this area. They will work closely with our business areas and our change management and communication teams to ensure we are prepared for implementation. And the Sagitech team will be focused on system deployment and support as we transition to go live. In data services, our vendor was hired primarily for balancing at conversion activities where they will provide assurance that legacy data has successfully converted into the new system. Meanwhile, our CalSTRS team continues to prepare data for conversion and validate the specifications and integrity of the data. And our Sagitech team is focused on fixing defects that arise and preparing for that conversion process. Lastly, in training, our vendor is evaluating our current plan and updating with their expertise on the implementation and delivery of training, while our CalSTRS team continues to develop and design the materials and deliver the training to our specified individuals. Our Sagitech team will be harvesting data for our training environments and refreshing that data to ensure our trainers are well prepared to deliver the training. We hope these additional matrices are helpful in understanding the roles and responsibilities of our team. Now I wanted to share the updated project metrics. The timing of this board meeting was perfect, felt just right, so we could provide you updated data as of December 31st, 2023. If you recall, this first slide tracks our expected and actual past test cases for the entire 18-month system integration test period. That will cover approximately 3,700 internal and external business functionality tests. The next slide blows up the data so it's easier to see over the last 3 months of testing. And to date, we have been right on or exceeding our expected test metrics. However, this time is the first occurrence where we've fallen below our expected pass rate by 34 scripts, if you see there on 12/31. As you can see, we were on target until the last 2 weeks of December, which coincided with the holidays for our team. That contributed heavily to the temporary dip in our pass rates. But while the team had a well-deserved break, they came back into the new year refreshed. And as of today, I'm happy to say we are already back on track, and our pass rates now exceed our expected by 29 test cases, with 1,227 passed over the expected 1,198. So, good news. The next slide shows our defects we are finding in our testing efforts compared to the expected number over the 18-month SIT period. This helps us measure our resourcing and quality of the system. The next slide again blows this up for the last 3 months, and you can see our defects found are tracking below our expected, which is a positive sign. The orange line at the bottom tracks our outstanding critical and high defects, which are necessary to resolve in order to pass test cases. You can see over the last month, these have trended down slightly, but we expect this line to remain fairly steady until we approach the very end of our SIT period. But we continue to monitor this and gauge the health of our testing efforts. This last slide is a metric to track all outstanding critical and high defects that are assigned to Sagitech to resolve. These defects represent more than just our SIT testing. These include defects that existed prior to us starting our new schedule and formalized testing plans, and also represent defects outside of just the application, such as data conversion, batch, and interface testing. As you can see, we have trended down over the last month, primarily due to some great work by our data team that has resolved over 35% of the critical and high inventory during that time frame. The majority of the 400 plus application defects in blue are targeted to be resolved as part of future test cases scheduled during the next 12 months of SIT. So they will be resolved as we get through each of our next 4 streams of testing over those 12 months. I plan to show you more of that tracking at our next board meeting in March. Our last slide is a tracking of our budget data to date. The budget authority approved by the board in November increased the total budget to our go-live date in fall 2025 to $523.1 million, which is being tracked in the table here. As a reminder, an additional $104.7 million is approved for post-implementation, maintenance, and operation and stabilization activities. Our budget data to date is as of 10/31/23, and the actual expenses are $332.5 million across our 3 major categories of expenses, which includes our CalSTRS project team, our technology administrative costs, and our solution implementation vendor. For this fiscal year, the expenditures through 4 months total $15.3 million, which is on track with our budget authority for the remainder of this fiscal year and for the overall project. We have submitted a budget change proposal for the amount proposed to the board that was in November of $205.8 million to the Department of Finance and the legislature for inclusion in the 2024-25 Budget Act, which is expected to be heard sometime in the next couple of months. Lastly, I just wanted to mention a new project oversight contract that will be before you for approval in Agenda Item 16D. Our current contract for Independent Verification and Validation Services, or IV&V, on the project with the vendor Maximus was expiring in January. So we issued a new request for offer on October the 10th of last year. After a thorough review of proposals and conducting interviews with qualified vendors, a new contract was awarded in December. Based on their years of experience performing oversight for pension projects, as well as their experience with our project and team, Maximus U.S. Services, Inc. was awarded the contract to continue as the IV&V vendor on the project. The new contract is for 2 years and will take us through go live to January 2026 and is in the amount of $3,054,192. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I do not see any questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. We're very happy. Oh, you know what, Chris, we did not hear from you. We are not done yet.
All right, I'll turn it over to Chris.
I'll be brief.
Sorry, Chris.
No worries. I'll be brief for you.
You're kind of just part of the team now.
Oh, I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Chris Caboti with Guidehouse and my independent project oversight update. We concur with the data and the information that Anthony just provided in his presentation. He did mention that there was a bit of a slowdown there the last 2 weeks of December. We talked to Sagitech about that when we saw that. We were confident they'd get back on track, which of course they have, so we're happy to report that. So if we see slowdowns that concern us, we'll be sure to let you know, but right now we're confident in the process. On the defect side, Anthony talked about the defects a little bit, but what we're looking at is the data itself in the system of record for those defects. There's a qualitative analysis that we're performing and we're talking to the team about to make sure that all of those defects are accounted for. So everyone that has to be addressed by go live needs to be accounted for and have things like a test case assigned to it so that a defect's fix that Sagitech implements needs to get tested to confirm that fix, and then it also needs to get validated by CalSTRS to confirm the fix was completed, and they can close that out at that point. So to get that into that process, it needs to have data assigned with it in the system of record so it's tracked clearly and everybody knows where that's going to be done. So the team's working through that now. There are some in there that need additional information added to them, and so again, we're tracking that and making sure that that's done. And again, it's going well, and they are making a lot of progress there. On the personnel side, as Anthony mentioned, the implementation support services vendors came on board. I attended a number of the onboarding sessions, particularly with VIP, who's the project management oversight vendor. And I meet with Tammy, who's the CalSTRS project manager, and the VIP senior project manager multiple times a week. I think, as Anthony said, they hit the ground running. They're really, they're doing a lot of work. I like to say that they're typing. They're not just talking, they're actually getting work done. And we talked previously about that coordination and making sure that they're working together on the same goals and in the same direction, and we've seen that already. And so very pleased with how that onboarding has happened and how those teams are working. Those are the main things we're focused on now. There's some other areas that I included in some of the written items that you can see, but yeah, happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, I do not see any questions, but is there any public comment?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. We really appreciate your updates, and we even appreciate the good news more.
Thank you.
Keep going. Okay. Item number 14, state and federal legislation. Ms. Martinez-Wade.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm happy to be before you today as the legislative session took off on January 3rd. I'm pleased to let you know that the legislative proposal that you approved for sponsorship in November on credible compensation simplification, we have procured an author. So Assemblymember Tina McKinner, who is chair of the Assembly Public Employment and Retirement Committee, has agreed to author the bill. So really excited for that moving forward. The committee will actually be introducing our provisions for the housekeeping bill as well. The introduction deadline is February 16th, so we should see both of those bills being introduced before that point in time, although committees have a little bit longer. They're not subject to that deadline. But I'm happy to let you know about both of those pieces. In addition, you'll see in the matrix, it's part of your materials, SB 252 regarding fossil fuel divestment is still in the Assembly Public Employment and Retirement Committee. Deadlines for bills that have made it to the second house don't start coming up until the end of June. I think July 3rd is the deadline for policy committees to meet. So far, no movement on that bill this year. And then HR 82 remains in the House Committee on Ways and Means in Congress. And that bill has currently 301 co-authors. So we'll be continuing to watch those bills and interacting on them as appropriate. Happy to take any questions.
I do not see any questions. However, I know we have at least 3 public comments.
Okay, if we could get a 3-minute timer. Our first speaker will be Susie.
You talk so softly. Where's your teacher voice? Come on. Hi, Susie Dixon, President of CalRTA, and I'm also the Vice Chair of the National WEP GPO Task Force that works with a multitude of organizations throughout the country. And I did want to comment and give you an update on HR 82 and S 597. I was on a Zoom this morning with the authors' offices, and Abigail Spanberger actually got on with us. Exciting news, we're up to 303 in the House. But what we're working on is getting a markup. And they had a field hearing on November 20th, historic field hearing in Louisiana, where the speaker and a number of representatives who are actually on Ways and Means spoke in support of full repeal. So being a bipartisan bill, it was exciting for many of the people who were watching it and participating to see the support by our new Ways and Means Chair, Jason Smith. Also, we are focusing on Ways and Means committee members only to get a markup. After the hearing, they asked for public comments, testimonials. We're told today the first ever historic number of historic testimonials to Congress, 800. 800 testimonials that were qualified. There was a specific form. If you didn't fill it out correctly, it was expelled. They usually get about 10 to 20. So the excitement is there, and we are moving on to a call to action week on February 5th through the 9th. And we have many different groups that are going to do Stop the Steal, many activities going from this time forward. So, and Senator Brown has assured us he's going to get those 60. We're only 10 away. Our new Senator Butler did just co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter.
Yeah, Ed Foley, CTA, NEA, retired. I just want to augment some of the comments that have been made about WEP GPO. One of the hearing that we had in Louisiana was the home area of the Graves, and he evidently is in a redistricting situation. So he has a real motivation to try to get this program, this legislation through. And the thing that we're really pleased with is that the speaker is now on board. That is the good news. Some of the bad news is that we have a legislative, a House administration that has the worst record of passing legislation. But we think that we can get this thing going because we're only one of 3 bills that reached the threshold of 290 participants. One of the reasons our hearing was so successful is we're more than educators that were at that hearing. There were law enforcement, there were firefighters, and so it was almost just not only 15 states that are involved on the educational side, but it was also all public sectors that are affected by GPO WEP. We feel that we want to get another hearing in DC, and if things don't happen, we believe that we can start moving in June to get this thing passed. That means that we got to start centering on what's happening on the Senate side. We have 49 co-sponsors plus the author. We have 50 of the senators that are on board. I think that's where we got to go. We haven't had this kind of activities in over 25 years. We are moving, and one of the reasons why we're moving, because we have a united front across the board. And that when we all work together on the same item, like Susan has mentioned, we get things done. And I think we're almost there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Mary Kay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Kay Scheid, and I serve as Vice Chair of the CTA Retirement Committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 310,000 members of the California Teachers Association. CTA will be sponsoring legislation this year to end an injustice when it comes to retirement equity. Although around 70% of CalSTRS members are women, women on average receive a significantly smaller retirement benefit than men within CalSTRS. One contributing factor is that women must burn through their sick leave when they bear children. And when it comes time to convert unused sick leave into retirement credit, women have less to convert. Our legislation will ensure that maternity leave is separate and distinct from sick leave, which will bring equity to the benefit CalSTRS provides to hard-working educators in our state. You will likely be considering this legislation at the March meeting, but we wanted to flag this issue now, as it is of great import to the members of the California Teachers Association. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Kevin.
Good afternoon, members of the public, board members. Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Kevin Welch. I'm chair of the California Teachers Association, the Retirement Committee. And I'm piggybacking off of what Mary Kay said on this important topic for us. When this educator maternity leave legislation is introduced, we don't want CalSTRS to sit on the sidelines. We want CalSTRS as partners to fix what is broken here around retirement equity. We appreciate Joycelyn and her team, as they have been very responsive to our questions and providing information to us. And we appreciate that and thank her team for that as well. We also want to thank the state treasurer and the state superintendent for agreeing to co-sponsor this important piece of legislation. The California Teachers Association looks forward to partnering with CalSTRS to make sure that women are not treated unfairly within our systems, institutions, and procedures when it is their time to retire. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That is the conclusion of public comment for item 14.
Thank you.
Joycelyn, would you, or I guess this is a request through Jennifer. Joycelyn, would you appropriately keep the vice chair and myself apprised to your communications as it's relevant on this piece of legislation that both Mary Kay and Kevin, I don't know anything about it. I'm not an expert in this area, but it's at a high level. I think it's a very pertinent piece of legislation that they'll be pursuing, and I'd like to be as informed as I possibly can, as early as we possibly can, as the leaders of the board on this legislation.
Absolutely. We
Make
do
sure
have,
the record reflects that that's a request.
we have draft language
Thank you.
that we are already working on analyzing so that we'll be able to meet the timelines for the March board meeting, and we're working on what the recommendation will be. So
Great,
appreciate
thanks.
that.
Thank you, Joycelyn.
Definitely will.
Thank you. Okay. I guess coming back to me. Thank you. Does that complete the
That is it. Thank you
legislative
very
report?
much.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 15. We got Scott, April, Dawn, and Rob.
It's a fun band.
Yes, I was just thinking, who's the
Yeah, a little
lead?
bit of punk,
Who's
a
the
little bit of
lead?
rock, a little bit, I don't know.
This is a information item, and Who's taking the lead? Is it you, April? Okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
I'm taking the lead. April Wilcox, your Director of Investment Services, and I'm joined here with my investment colleagues to provide an update on the efforts that we've been embarking on to open a small satellite office in San Francisco. So we first began exploring the idea of leasing some small stays in some of the buildings that we currently own back in early 2020. Then, surprisingly, COVID happened and we put the initiative on hold. But we feel now is a good time to bring this back, primarily for recruiting and tapping into a diverse talent pool in the Bay Area, and also for retaining some of our critical positions in the investment branch. Just to give you a preview, we currently have around 12 folks in the investment branch in management positions that live in the Bay Area. And we have projections that that could be in the next few years up to 35 or 40, depending on some of the recruiting efforts. So I wanted to assure the board, we're not trying to replicate a headquarters that we have here. We're only trying to really kind of just expand some of our critical positions and our footprint in the Bay Area. So I will pause there and I'm going to pass it to Rob Ross, who's our portfolio manager in private equity, and he's going to talk a little bit further about that.
Again, my name is Rob Ross. I'm a portfolio manager in private equity. Thank you so much for your time today. We really believe this is an evolution of the collaborative model. As we add new staff with the talent and the skills to manage the money internally, we have found that financial professionals really want to be in financial centers. And the city of San Francisco is the 5th most important financial center in the world, New York being number 1, and a number of international cities being 2, 3, and 4. By the way, LA is number 6, in case anyone wants to know. An executive recruiter that we've used has told us that recruitment and retention would be easier for CalSTRS to manage, to retain these individuals and attract people to CalSTRS, because people actually want to work here. And it's something that we've found the talent pool in Sacramento, while has been historically very strong for us, we find that being able to expand geographies and diversity of talent, that San Francisco is an attractive location to find additional people. The visibility and prestige of a location in San Francisco, is second to none for CalSTRS. We find that a lot of our partners are already have locations there, and in fact, private equity outside of New York City, the Bay Area is number 2, with venture capital firms, buyout firms, and other money managers, even BlackRock in San Francisco and Fidelity and groups like that, all based there. And honestly, this is a relationship business. And so how do you foster relationships? Your proximity to your partners, your proximity to your colleagues, the ability to work together in a common location, to not have to travel 3-4 hours sometimes to get to these locations, we think is critically important. And it turns out that today, just in private equity alone, we said there was 12 people growing. There's 5 out of the 7 leadership positions in private equity today are all Bay Area based. And that's because we recruited a bunch of them during COVID, when there was more flexibility to be remote. It turns out one other point is that we're not the only LPs that are now based in San Francisco. We have GIC there. We have CPPIB that has offices there. A number of Australian funds are opening up there, and more to come. And so for us to continue to progress in the collaborative model and to be the best we can be for the teachers, we think a satellite office makes a lot of sense.
All right, I'll pass off to Don, and he is going to talk about some of the aspects of what this means.
I apologize earlier, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Don Palmieri. I joined CalSTRS in 2008. I've been working in and around investment office properties for over 30 years, which is why I was asked to be part of this team. And it's funny, Harry, I've been here for 16 years. I think I've approached the bench to come up here to speak twice in 16 years. And today I've come up twice is a record for me.
The trend.
Doesn't happen
It's a new
very
trend.
often. So we have been working with the team for 3 years. We made several trips to San Francisco to look at not only buildings that we own we own partial interest in a few buildings in San Francisco, but we surveyed the market to look at other properties too. And one of the buildings that we own, 44 Montgomery, sits directly on top of one of the few BART stations in San Francisco, right in the heart of the financial district. It is one of the buildings that is, even through the pandemic, has continued to attract tenants. The SEC is there, numerous law firms. The occupancy is pretty high, and it's still the upper floors of this building, even in this environment, are still very desirable, and we're able to maintain decent rental rates there. So when you look at the location and the access to the subway and the amenities in and around the building, and within the building, the workout facilities and outside patio, the team felt that this was one of the, not the only one, but one of the best locations to focus on. Scott and I were there in December. Again, we've been up and down with Scott several times, and we looked at 301 Howard, which we own, and also 44 Montgomery. And one of the floors in particular is right off the elevator. The space would be built and designed exactly to CalSTRS specifications. It wouldn't be a Taj Mahal, but it would be very tasteful, Class A space right in the heart of the financial district. So I'm here with the team. If the board asks this team to move forward, I'll be working with them to help with the space planning and perhaps the negotiations and getting the space ready. Even though we own part of the building with GIC, we wouldn't be getting any favors or breaks on the rent. It would be a market deal. And gosh, I think that's about all I have to say about it, unless there's questions. That's it.
Scott, were you going to contribute as well?
I think the team really has stated the case here, and I'd like to open it up to Q&A.
Sure, we'll do. We'll start with Mr. Prasant, then Ms. Hendricks. Bill?
Well, let me say, as a resident of San Francisco, it was nice to have a neighbor. No, I think this is a brilliant idea. I know that it's been in the oven for a while, and it's now come to the point of being fully baked, and I think it's tremendous. A question I had was, what is a market deal? What are we paying, and what's market now in a first-class, relatively, it's not a new building. It's been there a while. It's the Wells Fargo building, right? The old Wells Fargo building. Mm-hmm. So what's the going rate there, and what kind of benefits do we get in terms of tenant improvements and all of that?
Okay, so we could set up shop in the basement if you like for pretty cheap. Just kidding.
No.
The lower floors are maybe in the $60 per square foot range annually. The floors we're looking at are in the closer to $90 per square foot. If you go to 101 Cal, you might be paying north of $100 a foot. So
still,
yeah. So upper 90s. So we're in the upper range of Class A space, but not the top quartile, or maybe in the second quartile in terms of rents. And was your question, another part of your question, what will we get?
Tenant improvements and any,
I
how
think,
tough is the landlord, huh?
Pardon
How
me?
tough is the landlord here?
Extremely tough outside of this room.
Good.
The space would have to be designed. We would probably start with a vacant space and design it per our specifications. We could take an existing space and try and change offices around, but I don't think that's going to be the most efficient result. So we'd sit down with the space planner and design exactly what we need in terms of perimeter offices, multiple conference rooms, a break area. The building itself has additional conference rooms, so if we needed to have a group meet there for a 10, 20, 30 person meeting, there's conference rooms we can rent, just as there are here on the mezzanine level. There's a great outside deck for people can get outside and watch things that are happening on the street when there's events. And there's a workout facility, a small workout facility in the building, so really, I don't know exactly how much space we're going to wind up with. It's maybe in the 4,000 to 6,000 square foot range. Another great thing about being at 44 Montgomery, though, because we own part of the building, if in 3 or 4 years it turns out we needed less space or more space, we would have a better opportunity to talk to our partner GIC, tear up the lease, amend the lease, move to a different space, or we could more easily do that here than in a building where we don't have an ownership interest.
So, we have flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah, which is a good thing.
And maybe to add on to what Don was saying, to be clear, as Don was talking about fitting a space to CalSTRS needs, looking over at Don, that might take a period of 9 to 12 months. So to get started, we would plan initially to take more of a ready-made space and then move into a more customized fitted space.
Yes, given the size of that building, and there's a fair amount of turnover every year from tenants coming and going, there are multiple spaces that we could move into pretty quickly that have perimeter offices and clean it up and use it temporarily. There's even a WeWork still in the building that we could use that space temporarily. But the process of designing the space, getting the contracts bid out, and then getting this actual space built, I think that's probably 9 to 12 months from today. But we could be up and running and operating in the building in a few months in a temporary space.
Thanks. Okay.
You're welcome.
Let's go to Sharon and then Jennifer.
So not to start a turf war, Bill, but I'd like to hear what your assessment was of Los Angeles. I know it's not the biggest financial center, but I'm curious just because, Shohei Ohtani's down there. There's a lot of financial. So maybe you could kind of talk a little bit about, I kind of think I know the answer of why San Francisco, and I know that that's been talked about, but maybe contrast that with LA. And then also, I wonder if you can just talk a little more about, are you thinking, whether it's whatever the location, are we thinking, 13 to 18 staff there full-time, or is it sort of a part-time and then coming to SAC 1 or 2 days a week, that kind of, so if you could talk a little bit about how you see that, and then just, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you asked a number of questions there. I'll start with LA, because you mentioned that first. That is an area that we should seriously consider if we're thinking about expanding our geographic footprint for the purpose of talent recruitment, right? I mean, it's a large, well-developed market as well. Starting a little bit closer to home in San Francisco, I think one thing that we haven't discussed is embedding our culture into each and every satellite office. And so the plan for this is, not one way, but it's two way. And so you could expect the senior management team here is going to be spending dedicated time in San Francisco, kind of ensuring, our first blueprint of how do we map the CalSTRS culture into, sort of a satellite office, which we've all discussed. It's one of our competitive advantages. And so that's a natural, hey, San Francisco is a little bit closer and natural for that. You asked some questions.
I was just curious what it looks like. Is this those staff would be based out of a San Francisco office full-time, part-time?
Right, and so you may or may not have heard this. I'm not sure where we are, but we have indicated to staff that the investments team will be increasing the amount of days we're in the office from 2 days to 3 days. Mm-hmm. And so naturally, that for those dozen of folks who are currently in San Francisco, that would mean quite a bit for them to be able to check into more of a local office. Because the senior team of the private equity team, as an example, is there, they're going to be coming to headquarters because we also need to have their experience training staff, and vice versa. I think a number of their staff might be going down too. So you can expect that there's going to be a lot of their staff coming to HQ. Rob, you look like you wanted to comment.
I was just going to say that the plan is, we're one firm, and this satellite office is 90 miles away. But our belief is that as one team that we have to come to Sacramento. And right now on Tuesdays, we're all in Sacramento for sure. It's an anchor day. We don't see that changing. Mm-hmm. Again, culture transfer, training, recruitment, retention, that all has to be there.
Because that's a conversation we've had before about culture and how, when we've had satellite offices, or even with the building, just making sure that we're one organization, one culture, consistent over time.
Yeah.
But also capitalizing on opportunities, for sure.
Did we capture all your questions? Okay, good.
Want to recognize Cassandra?
And I just wanted to reiterate the fact, or state the fact, having satellite offices is not new to us, because we have satellite offices throughout the state of California for our member service centers. And we've done an excellent job at maintaining and inserting and embedding the CalSTRS culture in every single one of those offices. So we're going to be taking that same strategy. Those individuals come up here for training. We visit them in those in their headquarters locations and their satellite office locations. So we will be just translating that same methodology into this new office, and possibly looking where we can make get some opportunities for, partnering some of the space, if that is something that comes available.
Jennifer? Sharon, are you finished? Yep. Jennifer?
Thank you. I think most of what I've asked has been asked or addressed, but I just wanted to emphasize, as one who has worked in a global business as we are and worked in a global footprint of offices, I just really, the power of talent, relationships, access, information to manage risks better is tremendous. And in my experience, at least, I'll call them the 3 C's of culture, communication, and cost are also really important to manage. And you've spoken to those. I would also say with communication, we've been battle tested through the pandemic and beyond, but I don't know, just a little bit on that, because I think having flexible thinking, sometimes you just move from a building with a central elevator core to one that's open floor plate, and you learn you have to communicate differently. Now you've got the distance. So if we can have just a couple words on the communication part of it.
Well, I'll lead off, and I'm sure others might want to comment, but if there was a silver lining to the pandemic, it really forced us to shift our business model. And of course, now the business model has changed forever across the U.S. and how we approach work. But that has really educated us, took us way up the learning curve in working remotely. I think kind of a blessing in disguise that we're opening up after now, because we had been planning on opening it before COVID. And as April mentioned, we quickly thought we don't need this now because we'll have people working remotely. That experience has really, I think, helped us now get way up the curve in how to communicate working remotely. And then now, I'm not going to say it's simpler in opening up a satellite office, but I think we are far, far ahead of that. And now it almost feels like we're kind of behind that. We should be opening it up immediately in terms of our ability now to communicate. And as Cassandra was saying, mapping our culture across branch offices. I don't know if you guys have further to add.
Yeah, just echoing on what Scott said, I think during COVID, now that we're in a hybrid environment, I feel like we've gotten to a point where we successfully are able to communicate and collaborate not only with our own teams, but across the different asset classes in the branch, no matter where you are at. And in addition, we are planning on having at least 4 times a year anchor days where the entire staff, even the San Francisco office, come in for team building, for collaboration, for training, also doing monthly virtual town halls for the whole branch. And each asset class has established a different weekly or biweekly team meeting in a hybrid environment. So, COVID really did have us transform already to a point where I feel like, there might be some bumps, but I feel like this is a perfect time to be successful, and we'll only continue to, do better with our communication.
April, any other board members that would like to ask questions or comment? Seeing none, there's just a couple of closing thoughts. My experience is most blessings in life do come disguised. And maybe this is one of the blessings that comes out of COVID and has forced us to think differently. It's been spoken about the importance of culture, and Rob, thank you for, we're one firm. We can't lose that. That's the risk. That's the risk. So making sure that we protect that culture and hold each other accountable so that we get reported back appropriately how things are going. As a result of being closer here, we've built a stronger relationship with whomever. So the culture gets protected. I think it's critically important. We've done it with the member benefit services. You walk into a building that we have throughout the state, you're walking into a CalSTRS building. I want to walk into that building and know I'm in CalSTRS. I'm not at Blackstone, BlackRock. I'm at CalSTRS. And when our partners come in, they know they're at CalSTRS. So the branding's super important, and I know we'll do that right. If it's a talent, a recruit in a world that's, I think, going to become more and more competitive for talent and judgment, that's what I think will differentiate firms, talent and judgment. And if this gives us a little bit of an additional advantage to say, we have an office in San Francisco, and we can attract one additional super talent to come work for us because they're comfortable with our pay and they really love our mission, it will be worth it. So I also see it as a benefit. It's a form of a benefit to say to either a current employee or a future employee, you can be here. And I know that firsthand. I made a professional decision years ago to live in Santa Monica because I wanted to live there. And I didn't want to have to do these big commutes in LA traffic to teach school. So there's a lot of upside. The downside is we fracture the culture. We can't let that happen. So I wanted to make sure we just got that on the record. I know it was said, but I think that kind of summarizes really the big picture. And we look forward to being kept up to date as we move forward with this. And I don't think we have anything else. Oh, wait, Karen, yeah, please.
I guess because this is an information item,
Yep.
would this have gone on without you even, you can tell us about it, right, the board, but can we say, no, don't do it, or do something else, or how are we supposed to digest this information?
I think depending on how the build-out of the office is going to be planned, the satellite office, we'll be bringing up follow-ups because we're required to. But the way that we viewed it is it's a significant enough advancement for us in an evolution from a people perspective and a culture perspective that we wanted to bring it forward and we want to keep the board updated. So there is, what we're required to do, but I think there's also what we think we need to do to communicate effectively and make sure everyone is aligned and on the same page.
I appreciate that. I appreciate knowing and having that transparency. And just to kind of think about the space, the 5,000 square feet, and if there's 12 people there, that's not very much room for each person. So you're saying that you can utilize some of the other conference areas in the other parts of the building and things like that. So I'm sure you've all thought about all of that, but I guess just logistically, I was just trying to figure out how that's going to work.
Yeah,
So.
it's most likely, and we're still working out some of the details of fitting the space, but it's most likely we'll bring that back with more details at a future board meeting.
Okay. I appreciate
Here in the TRB. And so I defer some of those details to that time because I think we're still working, what I understand is the team's still working out on a few spaces, choosing between it, deciding on how it needs to be fitted.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think the last person in the queue here is Superintendent Thurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't live in San Francisco like my distinguished colleague, but I live just on the other side of the bay. I could swim across.
Come on, come on.
I can see the traffic pattern from my home in Richmond. I think this is a great move for all the reasons that you laid out about the competitive nature of the market. As someone who has commuted to Sacramento from the Bay Area since 2014. It took you a long time, but no, I support it. My point is, yeah, I don't think that this has to be any more complicated. I think, though, if you could point to some metrics as a result of doing this, what do we gain from this? Do we lower our vacancy rate? Do we attract talent that we otherwise would not have been able to attract? Do we increase productivity? Do we gain some advantage for the fund because this fund is in the place where all the other funds are? Bring us back something that talks about some metrics. And schedule at least one board meeting in San Francisco. Thank you.
Ditto.
Treasure Island.
Ditto. Ditto. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Brian's waiting to sign you.
Are there any members of the public? Any members of the public that want to speak on item 15?
There are no members in the public,
Thank you.
of the public.
Thank you, Samantha. 16 is the consent agenda. Anyone in the public would like to speak on the consent agenda?
No members for item 16.
Okay. Jennifer, can that just be approved without objection? Okay, that's approved without objection. And item 17 are items referred by the committee for board decision. Do we have any, Jennifer? No, thank you. 18 is new business and review of information request. I think we may have a couple.
Just have the one that you requested on legislation, unless you'd like to take the metrics question
Yeah, I
on-
think that should be reflected that we want.
I will add that one too.
Yeah, at an appropriate time. Yeah. A report back on the effectiveness of the satellite office, the benefits.
Draft agenda.
Yep. Cassandra, anything you want to highlight for 19, the next meeting, our next meeting?
No, we just have 3 action items that we'll be going over from the actuaries. One is, the one that I wanted to highlight is the preparation of the report to the legislature on the funding plan. So the actuaries will be working on that and presenting that, and some other items that are listed. That's it.
Great, thank you. Item 20, anybody have comments from the public on 17, 18, or 19?
Not for 17, 18, and 19. We do have.
How about for 20?
Comments for 20.
20 we do, yes.
Okay. Our first speaker will be John.
Hello, my name is John Dalrymple. I understand skipping the last name, it sometimes gets folks. I'm here representing several thousand union construction workers, electricians, plumbers, sprinkler fitters, and sheet metal workers. I'm referencing a letter you received Monday from Nick Goodwin, who is the business manager for the plumbers in Contra Costa County. And I will first want to acknowledge the great work this group does in so many ways. One of them is that you have partners who build housing. Right? You help finance and help deal with the housing crisis. That's one of the outcomes of your investment strategies. One of the downsides of that is that the residential construction workforce is one of the most exploited in the state. They typically make about 60% of the area medium income, several times less likely to have health care coverage, usually have no pension because they cannot afford to pay into the 401k plans that they're offered. That's the typical residential construction worker, a highly exploited worker. That's not true everywhere. In Contra Costa County, we've been able to maintain that as a good middle-class job, and in a few other places. And one of the reasons is we've had over 70,000 housing units under project labor agreements, where the developer builds into their pro forma, that works and gets them a return to their investors, the fact that they'll sustain middle-class construction jobs. It's been integral to that process, which is the standard in Contra Costa County and in a few other areas, including in Richmond and Antioch. That's how we've maintained middle-class jobs, and which is unique almost nationally. Resmark, one of your financial partners, has informed us through DeNova, the CEO, that CalSTRS will refuse to allow them to continue that practice, that they will not allow them to sign a project labor agreement on 2 projects, relatively small projects they hope to build in Antioch. And again, they're one of your financial partners. What does that mean? That means that other developers who have been doing the right thing, whose performance have worked, that have got returned to their investors, will question, why are we doing that? Why are we, if CalSTRS takes a position, you know, if they're going to take a position that's not the area standard in terms of the construction workforce, why should we do that? You know, why don't we build in extra margins for our investors so we can be more competitive for capital? The other impact of that are efforts to diversify the construction workforce. We work closely with groups like Richmond Build, Future Build. These are pre-apprenticeship programs. If there's not apprentices, which there won't be, because unless there's a PLA with signatory contractors, they will not have apprentices in the residential program. And by the way, these instructors are associated with institutions of learning that are connected to CalSTRS. We can't bring in folks. We can't bring in our efforts to work with these pre-apprenticeship programs are stymied because there will be no place for these workers to go. So what we're seeking, you know, is clarity about what your position is. It's certainly we may have a misunderstanding, I see the time, understanding on this, but I'd like to be able to speak to what was appropriate within CalSTRS staff to answer any questions and concerns they might have. So this, we have to aggressively defend what we possible, and we will. So we don't think we should have.
Thank you, John. So I want to be sure that the appropriate staff person makes contact with John before he leaves today. We can't engage in discussion on the specifics of the matter. It's not agendized. But I think we have a responsibility and a duty to trust but verify. So if the staff is prepared in closed session tomorrow because it's a specific investment, they can provide any information that gives other context to this matter. I think it's appropriate for us to hear that in the investment committee closed session, 2 or 3 minutes, an update on this specific investment, if you have it. Okay? Stu?
If I may, and also to have somebody from staff. And I think probably Chris has already, you know, had somebody look into this.
Yeah.
And there is a response.
Correct. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Mr. Prasad. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll bring it into closed. Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I just get a point of clarification?
Sure.
It is not on the project that was referenced, but is it CalSTRS policy to say that we cannot support a product labor agreement? As a board member who's sitting here, I am interested in knowing the answer to that question.
The answer is no. We have PLAs. We already have some. We already signed some.
So the answer is no.
Very good.
Okay. You're welcome. All right, next person from the public.
Our next speaker will be Susie.
Is there a meeting after this, the benefits meeting?
First, I want to thank the board and our CEO for allowing us to take the time to recognize an amazing woman. You all know her. She's been here since she retired 27 years ago. Pat Grier, please come up.
I'm so surprised.
I know. Poor thing, I've been harassing her to come today. We really need to acknowledge, and I appreciate that CalSTRS is acknowledging her with this resolution, that for her dedication for retired teachers after she retired. She has been taking notes on all of your board meetings and submitting them to us. She became our official liaison many years ago. And so we really needed to have the time to bring her to the public eye.
Oh, my goodness.
And to award you with this from CalSTRS.
Oh, my goodness.
And to thank her for her many years. And her one quote that she told me when I said, "Why did you start coming every single meeting?" She said, it gave her a broader perspective of issues of importance to educators. That, to me, as a wife of a long-term administrator in public schools, I had a broader perspective, and I think that is why we have to appreciate people like Pat. So thank you.
Yeah.
Love you, Pat.
So I said, here, do you want to say something? Thank you.
man.
Do you want me to?
Just say
Not working.
Say
Oh, thank you very much. I'm overwhelmed. It's something I thoroughly enjoyed, and it's been my pleasure to be able to do it and to report what's going on here for the benefit of our teachers and friends. Thank you.
Before we adjourn the meeting, Pat, we love you.
We love you, Pat.
And thank you for being who you are, and we love you. Well, you know, I want to also acknowledge, I'm not sure if everyone in the room was able to see this. I think those of us on the dais did. But those of you that are sitting in the audience, unless you had your back turned, you didn't see it. The people that walked into the room. When they knew that Pat was going to be recognized.
Dana.
Are you talking about the former chair of the board,
Yeah.
Ed Folia, and others? There are literally probably close to 200 years of advocacy. And that's respect. That's respect. They came in to be in the room. That's respect. Superintendent Thurman.
That was all.
That was the last item.
Okay.
Oh, that was.
All right. Very
Plus
good.
one, everything.
Thank you, Pat.
That's respect.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
I think that adjourns our meeting, right? What time do we start tomorrow?
We have
Benefits and services coming up?
Oh, we have that today.
Yes, we
That's
do.
for sure.
When would you like
We're
to
starting
start?
Like,
We have benefits and services this afternoon, so one more committee, and then 9:30 tomorrow is the investments.
Great.
Okay.
So the regular board meeting is adjourned.
4:30?
I'd say let's start by.
Thank you, Bill.
In 5 minutes.